so hard it hurts. To feel it touch so hard it burns. Isn't something you could learn, it's natural. And I might not feel that for you, but someday you'll find someone who sees you in a crowded room, sensational. Every time I dream of you, I see. Ooh, it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Ooh, every time I dream of you, I see. Ooh, it's the kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Well, hello. How I've missed all of you. We had a little bit of break, but we're about to get back at it. The Rocket League Championship Series for the 22-23 season is back. We're about to head into the Winter Split. I'm Leaf. I got some friends here. We're going to talk some Rocket League. It's going to be a wondrous day. We have Turtle and Spaceman is joining us back on the show. What's up? It's good to have you
What's
back.
up, guys? I missed you all so much. I know it's been a while, but how you doing, Lee?
This man.
First of all, you're so handsome. You look like Tony Stark. Turtle, you're a famous rapper. How does it feel to be so popular and so
Listen. I am just, words cannot express how happy I am, first of all, that you're back on the broadcast. And second of all, Rocket League has returned. The RLCS is back during the offseason. It felt like everybody was going crazy, but things can calm down a little bit, and we can all tune in to some fantastic European gameplay.
Well, I'm going to need chat to not calm down and keep going crazy because this is all leading up to, of course, we start with day one of the winter split here for the European region, the European Open, but that's all leading towards yet another major. We just had a fantastic time at our fall split major in Rotterdam, and we're going to San Diego for the next one. San Diego tickets are up. I got to remind you guys, get your tickets, rl.gg/winter major tickets live. Get them while they're hot, because it's also going to be out there. It's going to be fantastic weather. I'm hearing everyone's really excited about going to this one. It's going to be sick, but of course we have a lot of games to play before we get to that. But get your tickets so you're prepared. Now let's get our players prepared. Let's start talking about what's going to be happening today on our day one. Lots of great matches. We start off with our groups and eventually into a playoff bracket. Let's talk about the groups here, Spaceman. We have 16 teams coming into this one. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, stacked is an understatement. Looking at all the groups, of course, 16 teams. It's every which way you want to slice this and dice this. It's an absolutely bloodbath of a group from A to D, looking at teams like Oxygen, Moist, K-Corp, Liquid, of course, kind of those number one seeds. But across the board, Vitality, Sonics, G1, BDS, Guild, Tundra, Turtle. There is not a lack of talent on any squad here.
Absolutely. This is going to be very, very action-packed. And this is 16 teams split into groups of 4. 3 out of those 4 teams from each group will move on to the playoff bracket. The 4th team then will be eliminated, and they will not make the playoff bracket. And everybody mainly needs to pay attention, in particular, to the number 1 team coming out of each group, because that means they get a bye and they get to skip round 1 in the playoffs. And all throughout today will be best of 5s. Round 1 in the playoffs will also be a best of 5, but from then on, it's best of 7s, baby.
Man, Turtle, I'm just looking at this. There is one group you're saying, you know, if you get 4th, you're out. I do not want to be in that group D at all.
Group of death. And German Amigos, also previously known as Evil Geniuses, now coming out here. Oxygen, the new pickup with Rise, BDS, of course, the former world champs. I mean, there is so much talent in that group alone.
Of course, just across the board, relatively similar rosters, Spaceman. But we had a couple switch ups here and there. Moist, again, one of those notable ones we talk about a lot. Excited to see how they're going to do. Look, not too bad coming out of that G1 tournament.
No, not at all. And look, the biggest question mark, again, with the Moist roster, I feel like for the majority of fall, but also kind of the end of Worlds last year, was what's going to happen with this group of 3? Well, we see some roster changes happen. You bring in Juicy, which really only fits for the Moist brand, of course. But looking at the G1 Invitational, they placed 3rd. They lose to Sonics in a pretty one-sided affair. It was a 3-0 sweep, but that group B is dangerous. You got G1, Moist, Williams, Resolve, who look like absolute dogs, who have fighters in them all the way till the end. Of course, they qualify through to this event on a last-second goal. That's also a dangerous group that might get overlooked pretty often.
I mean, across the board, it's a European region. We know we're going to have good matches because the talent pool goes super deep. You see a couple roster moves, but I don't think it's going to drastically affect the entire landscape of the scene. All these teams still going to perform to their best. But let's talk about what happens after this, because Turtle was mentioning, Spaceman, that the only 3 teams make it out into this. That number 1 seed, though, in each group is going to be very important because you get to skip the line a little bit.
Yeah, listen, guys, you've seen esports for a long time. This is nothing new. It's a 12-team single elim bracket where the winner of each group stage will move on and receive a bye into the quarterfinals. Again, all round 1s are best of 5. Then we move forward, and it's all best of 7s. If you essentially get your quarterfinal matchup, you need to win 2 more series, and you win the whole thing. So if you get a first-round bye, that's not only exciting, get rest, figure out what's going on the rest of the stage, but also you got 2 series away from being crowned champions. But that just means the competition is going to funnel down and be harder and harder the quicker you move through this bracket. It's going to be a tough one.
And I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Way too early prediction. Who's running the whole bracket?
Oh my.
Why would you ask me
This
this?
man, Spaceman comes back,
listen,
and then all of a sudden he's put on
I'm
his
going
gotta
oxygen,
to the
dude.
test.
I'm going oxygen. I'm a big believer in this oxygen squad. We'll talk a little about more of it a little bit later, but oxygen looks deadly.
Okay, yeah. What's your way too early prediction?
Bro, how are you gonna set me up with this? I mean, I feel so lame. Also picking oxygen. You know what? I'm gonna go moist. Let's go moist. I'm feeling it.
Okay. You got to split the split up there for the fans, right? Yeah. Well, let's see what they're playing for here, because there's still a lot of money on the line. You know, that's what we do here. That's what we do. But another notable thing is definitely the points total. We're going from 16 to 20 points for first place, even just making it to this point here. Instead of getting 1 in that 13 to 16th place, you're getting 3 now. So it's a big jump for these teams in terms of points. And because it's the winter split, we're starting off fresh. Everyone's on the same playing field.
Yeah, that's so important too, to talk about how everybody has that new, completely wiped clean slate, and they're able to essentially just go into this with a better mentality, a very fresh mindset, and we're all gunning to make it to the major, of course, but then accumulate as many points as you can to go to the world championship. And now that there's more points for each placement, that makes it that much more of an impact and important to perform well in this split while you can.
Let's talk about the matchups coming then, because we got some Rocket League coming your way. We have a lot of streams going on right now here. We can't watch all of them, so we're going to just tune into one. These are our first rounds for the group stage. All the matches will be playing at the same time. So if you see your team here and we're not showing them on the main broadcast, go to the team streams. These teams are broadcasting across the board. Go support them in the chat. Make sure you have all those broadcasts up. But again, here we will be showcasing one from each of these rounds. But just looking at these early on, do you like that first start there for Oxygen, then Spaceman? You said you're going to be watching them, and they got killed up first.
Now, listen, I really do like that first round matchup. I think Oxygen has an easier round one than maybe some other teams, but I talked about it before the show went live. I actually am changing my answer. Moist to Williams Resolve, I think, has upset potential for Williams Resolve. Of course, Moist with a new third, a new squad on the field, but Williams Resolve, there was something about them when they were playing through their qualifying matches that just really stuck out to me. And again, I talked about a little bit. It's the fight of this team in the closing minute. They don't give up. They are constantly applying pressure. I think that has a chance to be an upset. Williams Resolve could shake some things up in their bracket.
Well, on this broadcast here, we're going to be focusing in on Group C. Tundra is going to be facing off against Quadrant. Both of these teams are coming to this tournament with the same rosters. They haven't made changes. They're happy with the way they performed last time. And I think, honestly, as fans, you have to be happy too. These are two teams that are always exciting to watch.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, for Quadrant, they were a team that was able to qualify and play at the fall major. Tundra, unfortunately, did not make it. But Quadrant, I don't want to say they had a disappointing result at the major, but I'm sure they wanted to make it all the way to the playoffs. They failed to do so, and they're coming back for some vengeance. And of course, Casio is going to be a main fighting star player on Tundra that you got to watch out for. So this is going to be a nail biter.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really fun matchup, in all honesty. They've matched each other before, so we're going to get that back and forth. Let's throw some predictions on the board here. Chat, I always want to hear from you guys too. Make sure you're on Twitter, always spamming out your support for these teams in the chat as well. But here, let's get our talent predictions for which way we're going to go on these. Spaceman, because you're back and I'm excited, I'm going to make you go first. I'm going to keep putting you in the hot seat here.
That's totally fair. Listen, recency bias is a horrible way to have a combo. Good way to start one, though. And I think that Tundra had the edge here. Just looking at how the recent performances went, of course, these two teams played in the G1 Invitational. It was a Game 5 win for Tundra. Again, it was only one tournament. It's the start of a new one, but I still think that Tundra they have something figured out early on here. Quadrant's still looking to get things going. I think Tundra should have the edge in this match.
Wow, okay. We're not counting it right now, but I do see a lot of support for Tundra, so I think chat might be behind you guys there. Turtle, are you gonna back up Tundra?
Listen, Chad, everybody else, Spaceman, I'm sorry, but you don't know the motivation that you get when you go to a major, when you go to an RLCS LAN for the first time. Cash, this was his first LAN at the fall major, and this man, I know there's a fire lit under him. I think that is going to show up now in this series, in this split. Cash is going to pop off more than we've ever seen it, and for that reason, I'm going Quadrant.
Okay, I think chat's just very influential because now it looks like they're all going Quadrant.
That's right. Let's go.
Hey, listen to the famous guy on the desk. That's fine.
I'm not.
It's cool. I have to go too. I honestly, I'm all about that cash money. I have to go Quadrant on this one too. I'll have to leave you alone. I think you might be right. Spaceman, on this matchup. But
Listen,
in all
when I'm
honesty,
right or wrong, I'm going to hold my head
typical.
high, okay? And Tundra's going to probably do the same thing. But
be proud of the decisions you make.
I very much will be, Leaf. Thank you very much. Welcome in to the first game here
do it.
of the winter side of things. If you guys are enjoying the seasons, we hope you continue to do so. Turtle, it's a pleasure as always. Let's get into this one. You talked a little bit about the fact that Quadrant coming into this, right, Cash, his recent performances at the lands. You're talking about what this team's potential might be. Break it down for the viewers even more. What are you seeing on the field, or let alone in just kind of those comms about Quadrant that stand out?
Ooh, well, first of all, I'm not seeing Cash on the Dominus, which normally would scare me, but I'll let him try it out. I'll let him try out the Octane, see how it goes. Normally that man is a Dominus main, but in terms of this roster from Quadrant, you're going to see a lot of Cash air dribbles, Ixo and Cash the dynamic duo, of course, getting involved together on offense. Relating Wave fills the gaps quite nicely. And on the other side for Tundra, Cassio is the glue that keeps them together. We always talk about Cassio on any roster he's on because of the assist, the passing game that this man brings to his team. It's on another level.
And it cannot be overlooked to kind of the duality of having Ixo and Cash on the same team. You talk about great finishers inside the paint. Ixo, who has progressed his game further and further as the years have gone on, even looking back to last season. He's become more comfortable, specifically upfield, but Cash, always a threat no matter where he's at on the field. The passing's going to be huge for Quadrant, as early on. We've had a couple of big bumps, one done with a lead way to an opening shot, but the defense so far holds strong as of now. Tundra not conceding anything.
We immediately saw the duo in full effect, but unfortunately unable to get a goal. Ixo looks for a pass out across, and here comes Tundra looking for a pass themselves. Rizex through the corner, double tap opportunity denied early by Ixo. Good defense from both sides. Who will shed a little bit of their armor first? It doesn't look like it's going to be Quadrant with Relating Wave behind the ball. Good 50-50s, and I'd say a very defensive start for both teams, Spaceman.
And it was an uncharacteristic miss from Ixo, but
that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it.
Usually see him on the backboard trying to get those rebounds, and it led way to essentially open field, a big 50 win, and Ixo in transition, huge with the demo.
Yeah, that demo from Relating Wave, getting a nice half flip, coming back, taking out the third man, who I believe would have been Rizex, and definitely would have been able to get a touch or even a challenge on the ball. Smart heads-up play. And immediately Quadrant, just about 2 minutes into the first game, get their first goal. I'm just excited, Spaceman. RLCS is back. It's back. The season continues on. New split here. Fresh start for a lot of these rosters. And we're going to see a lot of new stories unfold.
And there's certainly a benefit to knowing that the points have completely reset. So with the World Championship ending and a month later, the season beginning yet again, a lot of pressure to continue the performances a lot of teams had. Now it's a chance to wipe the slate clean and go into this season with a brand new mindset. A great little infield pass on the handoff, but it just wouldn't find anything. I do like the pressure I'm seeing from Tundra early on. Counterattacks have certainly been there through the physicality. It's been a viable option so far. Good save from Ixo. But on the other side, Quadrant handling the pressure. Ixo looking for the challenge, won't find it. Extension, Rizex leaves it high. Razier's on the pop, won't find much. And there is a double commit that leads way to a pitch.
Yeah, double commit, but it's actually not going to plague them too much. Very early to get back into rotation is Quadrant, even after a mistake. Here comes Ixo, a lot of space to work with, and a demo attempt from Relating Wave, who would have taken out Rizex, but Rizex was just painfully on the backboard, couldn't get into position, and then just unfortunately falls right on top of the ball, but can't get a touch.
I mean, it was trying to read the ball all the way down, gets caught on the lip, but that jump's pretty hard to read even when you're worried about the demo. A 2-0 lead that feels like it's been drawn out time and time again on these counterattacks downfield. It's been really most of the pressure time in favor of Tundra, but these small breakaway chances, Quadrant capitalizing in game one very early on, this best of 5. Cassio in a 1v1, didn't get the control he wanted on the touch, leaves it up to a flip, and it goes nowhere.
Yeah, I think you've really got to put that one away with Cassio behind the dribble, a 1v1 spot, 1v1 opportunity. You're not going to get that too many times, and you're already trailing by 2 goals. That had to have been one for Tundra as time is dwindling down. Cassio picks up the corner boost. A lot of good pressure from Quadrant, and the key for Quadrant now as we get down to the final minute is just maintaining some pressure, making sure not to double commit like this.
Love that.
But I guess it's not going to be too big of a deal because Cash can get it around the first defender. They're back on defense.
And these are the kinds of shots you're going to have to take. You're going to have to pull the defenders out towards midfield, go for those quick touches, almost a triple tap down, but trying to catch Ixo in rotation with a powerful shot, it just didn't work. I like the attempt. Boost grab will be there. Back corner, relating wave. Can't get it past midfield. Another quick challenge. Here comes Cash. Now the pressure continues. About 60 seconds left on the clock. Rozier's taking it off his own back line. Ixo will go up for the contest. Relating wave to follow. And once again, it looks like the transition up the field will not be there. Tundra.
Yeah, for me, this game, I think, highlights what Relating Wave can bring to the team and what he does bring to the team for Quadrant with a lot of demos. And I've just seen him be patient behind the ball, getting solid 50-50s, wasting time. And while Relating Wave might not be the flashiest player, he's the reason, in my eyes, that they were able to take game one with that heads-up awareness, getting demos, and also so strong on 50-50s like this.
And how much he opens up the field just with those demos, specifically on the offensive third, allowing Ixo the comfortability that he usually finds on the backboard, going towards the ceiling, a challenge. But with 15 seconds, you need something here in game one. Granted, it's a best of 5, plenty of time here, Turtle, but a good opening statement if you are Quadrant, given how recency has been. And it looked like they were just very comfortable with those counterattacks downfield.
Yep, Tundra was able to win their most recent battle, G1 Invitational, but things are going to start strong for Quadrant. Game one in favor of these boys who, like I said, have got to be hungry coming off of that. Again, it wasn't a rough performance, but I know these players had high expectations going into that fall major.
It felt very much like a quiet and comfortable game one win. It wasn't too explosive, too flashy, but here are the stats on your screen. Ixo with 805 points, 2 goals, 5 saves. And that's the stat line for me most, is that he was everywhere defensively and then upfield, finding ways to get his teammates involved, but not only that, capitalize on 2 goals.
And there were good opportunities here. And as soon as I say that, I know that Leaf is just in the background waiting to tell me some crazy information about other group stages and what's going on.
Your hunch might be wrong. Nothing insanely crazy. We're still getting a couple results in right now. For Oxygen, I just wanted to look at that Group D there for Oxygen because I know Spaceman was watching.
Yeah.
Didn't go super well for them. They did lose their first one, but it was 3-2. It was a close series. So there's still a chance for them to get it back. We do have BDS taking their first one too over in that group against the German Amigos, but it was a very close series as well. So that previous EG roster still looking super strong. Carmine Corps, of course, getting their win over Star. Vitality grabbing their win over Sonics. Again, Sonics is a team I think people should be keeping an eye on, especially after the G1 Invitational performance. So across the board, nothing crazy yet. We're still early on in the groups.
Sonics is a team that, like Leaf said, everybody should be keeping their eyes on. I think this is one of the best chances they've had as an organization, as a roster, to really turn some heads, and doing it in Europe as well. Very difficult region to do so.
But now, I guess, moving forward, we have to set our sights to this specific series, Tundra up against Quadrant. I think that Tundra has some good opportunities in game one, Spaceman. I'm thinking back to that Casio one-on-one. Good shots as well. And speaking of good shots, there's Relating Wave, who's going to take a full corner boost. Also good setups in the midfield. And we've got Quadrant starting off with so much possession, winning 50-50s, taking the boost. This man just does not stop.
There's another demo again in the back line. So you're playing the advantage, or trying to, but Rezek's very valiantly playing this one to the corner, buying his team time. I do like the pressure we're seeing out of Quadrant. You're allowing Ixo to play towards the corners, getting Cash up near the ceiling. A big clear from Ixo that gives way to a potential counterattack chance, but that will get shut down. If you're going into this in your Tundra, you have to be worried about that physicality, specifically in midfield.
Not the triple commit.
Wait,
not the what? Come on.
To midfield, Casio playing it back, has to just buy time.
That's another opportunity for Tundra where you've got to be able to find the back of the net. A triple commit from Quadrant. Wide open shot. Relating Wave does get the pre-jump save, but there was so much more of the net you could have shot at. Tundra unable to get the accuracy here on Forbidden Temple, which is actually back in rotation in place of Aquadome. So we've got a nice little aesthetic here to look at. Spaceman.
It never left in my mind. It was always here, and now we have it again. And that's what makes me happy.
It's back.
Yeah, it never left. It was just always in our hearts. Ixo trying to extend it. Not a lot of boost to be able to do so, and quickly challenged. Rizek's more than happy to take that one at a time. Continues to do so, but he's really the only one around trying to center it out. Casio can't find it. Relating Wave, and yet again, the defensive Quadrant will shut down those one-at-a-time pushes we've seen out of Tundra. It hasn't been much. That drop down's disgusting. That's an opening goal with 3 minutes to go.
And for Ixo, I actually believed in this double tap from the midfield. It bounced off the ceiling, so there was a chance he would have gotten it. I think Casio also saw Ixo up in the air, anticipated a follow-up or potentially the double tap, and instead Relating Wave can crash the net after the fake comes through. 1-0 for Quadrant, and another good start.
need a little bit more creativity on the offensive side for Tundra. It seems that it's been, if you want to say one-dimensional, sure, but it's been pretty predictable, rather pedestrian so far. They just haven't had a lot of looks. Quadrant more than happy to, again, play what works, use the physicality, get up high with the ball, burn a lot of boost, drop it down to Ixo, trying to fight that midfield battle. So far they do. Taken away, possession here for the moment. Tundra, what can they do with it?
It's just that efficiency, Spaceman, that I'm looking at for Tundra. Like, there's been opportunities. And I do agree, the creativity, not there, but they've had moments to punish. This is not a perfect or a flawless defense from Quadrant by any means, but when it comes down to who's efficient and who's able to punish, Quadrant have been the only team who can find that net and the back of it, rather, whenever there's any opportunity given to them.
You spoke about Casio briefly during the pregame before Game 1 kicked off. What are you seeing on the field as of now that needs to change, whether it's specifically Casio or as a squad, Tundra not having a lot of success offensively with maintaining possession? What needs to fix?
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily on Casio's shoulders. I don't look to Casio all the time when it comes to these shots. He's normally the player who's going to be setting up these opportunities, so that means a lot of the responsibility and the weight of taking this game into your own hands is going to fall on Rizex in particular. I think this player, when it comes to firepower, is that cannon, that loose cannon for Tundra that can pop off at any moment, and we need to see more of him with these setups. Here's a setup from Rizex, though, off of a demo. Good space, but Relating Wave denies it. It's back down the other end with Cash, a follow-up demo, just taking players out left and right.
And he pulls that corner boost as well, so resources are now low if you are Tundra. How do you transition back to midfield? That's going to be the biggest question. These constant challenges are deadly from Quadrant, maintaining that 1-0 lead, trying to build upon it, pops it for Ixo, 50 win, back to midfield for the boys in blue, but Rizex will try to escape, extending to the opposite side. Cash plays it slow, plays it low, now up high, trying to get around one, does so. Relating Wave comes in, and yet a neutral ball that hangs to the midfield. It just hasn't been much there for Tundra. Constant challenges, constant wins. Quadrant are looking good in game 2.
I'm still noticing a couple of flaws when they're rotating out the transition. You'll have two players from Tundra in similar spots, and that means more space for Quadrant to dribble the ball out of their own end. They're not being pressed too much on defense, but here is Casio, that demo, crucial to set up space, but immediately denied by Relating Wave. And look at all the time that Quadrant have to move and transition forward, and look at the time Relating Wave has to take his shot at the net of Tundra.
Yeah, you can't miss those. I mean, Ixo just sets it up perfectly. Casio whiffs, Relating Wave finishes, 2-0 lead, 22 seconds. Two's across the board, folks. Listen, it's a tough one to come back from. We know it's only game 2, it's a best of 5, but my goodness, if you needed a goal, you need it now. You don't want to get shut out in this series. That's probably the worst thing that could happen.
You don't want to get shut out, and now Tundra, they're looking at a reverse sweep in order to win this best of 5. It's so important with your placement in groups. You want to be that team that comes out at the top to get that bye. Again, in groups, the 4th team, the bottom team obviously will get eliminated. That double tap is not going to go in. Tundra, they want to get one for the road, but it's not going to matter because they're down by 2 goals. And even with this double tap, which does look nice, it's just not enough.
I am begging. I'm on my hands and knees. I am begging. Just
you want
for
more?
Something. I just want something, and there we go.
There's your
right?
creativity. There's maybe the next game has
I'll
hope.
take it. Turtle, I'm totally fine with this. I just needed something. But at the end of the day, you're not just playing, of course, for the potential chance of a tiebreaker head-to-head, but you don't want to get relegated out of your group. Only the first best of 5, we understand. Bottom team does get pushed out. Top 3 move on, and the winner, of course, number 1 seed will get a bye into the quarterfinals. Regardless, game 2 locked up and done. 2-1 win. Quadrant looking good. 2-0 series. If you're Tundra, not only is it going to take a complete 180 in play style, but also a complete reverse sweep to get this one done.
But maybe there's some confidence added with that previous double tap. But from what I'm aware, there have been some more interesting things developing. We've had more time to get into the group stage, and I know Leafex is sitting here looking pretty. What do you got for us?
Thanks. I do like to focus on Group D right away, just to keep you guys updated there. Oxygen bouncing back from their loss against Guild, now 5-1 with 30 seconds left of their game 2. So that's a good look for them. And then German Amigos taking a dub off of BDS, keeping that series tied up 1-1. Now, the big one I want to talk about right now, Group C, with Team Vertigo, 3 players making the RLCS debut, CB, Foxy, and Temper. They won their first match against Team Liquid 6-1.
Ooh.
Game 1 was 6-1 for Vertigo. So that's a great debut, if I do say so myself. So that might be a stream you guys want to
That's against Team Liquid. You're saying Team Liquid, a team that in the fall major went all the way to the quarterfinals. I mean, that is a very strong showing and great performance from the RLCS debut team.
7-1's Brazil. Can we get 6-1 to be like Romania or something?
Okay, sure,
we just switch it up.
Throw a random
What's the
name.
problem with that, Lee? Come on, why not? I'll take anything, man. Just got to change things up. Team Liquid, of course, another powerhouse squad in Europe when it comes to how this season's going to play out. Of course, a squad to look out for, how young that squad is as well. Turtle, there's so many new players making their debut. I believe about 5 in total going into the winter side of things, making their first appearance on the RLCS field.
Yeah, and that's obviously so exciting for these players to get these opportunities, to come in here, play on the big stage, the main stream. And a lot of pressure, too, to be added because, you know, we talked about tournaments like the G1 Invitational, other invitationals that these players have had practice in or gotten some reps in, but nothing compares to the pressure that you will feel in the RLCS because every series matters, every goal matters, and that opportunity certainly would have mattered for Tundra, but they get it back anyway. Cassio, first goal.
I really like how this play sets up. So often in the series, we saw Tundra just hitting the front of the box and watching the open nets go by. Instead, they pull it to the side, they pull defenders towards the gap, and they get a chance to recenter that ball and go for a shot. Nice change of pace going into game 3.
That looked like the first string of possession, too, for Tundra, where they're able to get the ball back into the center after a missed opportunity. Normally, you see Tundra go up, they have one opportunity, then they immediately rotate back. It's nice to see these players linger a bit more in rotation. They've got to keep applying pressure against Quadrant.
Down 2-0, first goal. We got him right where we want him. But he's trying to equalize here. Held the reset for as long as possible, immediately challenged, and you're not going to give that away for free. Tundra more than happy to go for that. Time and time again with very little boost, resources low, cash high. Raziers on the 50 wins it as well.
And that's a typical Cash air dribble where you saw him get that nice first touch, go below it, and try and air dribble above the first defender, but they're very prepared for it. I'm sure they're aware of that going into this series, and it looks like Tundra has stabilized, at least within this game, and maybe we see the start of a reverse sweepstakes, man. Things could get crazy just off the first series in Europe.
We're starting to see Tundra as well take off some of those sidewall chances defensively that have really been reliant for Quadrant to get possession back. Ixa will just try to float it towards the front as Cash goes up for the touch. Ixa back down. Beautiful 1-2-3. The demo, who cares? It's 1-1.
And this hurts even more because Raziers, he was the player who just missed that opportunity. It went off the post, and now he's the last man back. Can't get up. The speed isn't there. Ixo absolutely dusts him in the air, and we're all tied up.
Ooh-wee. 3 minutes, 5 seconds to play. Let's keep it going. This is the closest game we've had so far. It feels like Turtle, just the momentum kind of even for both squads. Raziers off the ceiling, almost converts a double tap into a disgusting lead that would have been 2-1. But for Tundra, I like the pressure we're seeing, feeling a little bit more confident with their possessions now.
Yeah, I think getting that first goal and realizing that you can bring the heat to Quadrant and that your pressure is enough to sustain a lot of offense and at least keep the ball in the opposition's half, but that is not the case, at least within the past 20 seconds. Quadrant have been on a tear. Cassio, a good clear, but Cash is annoying him, and Cassio can't swat him away. But look at the pressure from Raziers, able to keep this ball moving forward. A big difference and a huge change compared to the first 2 games.
Multiple matchups happening currently. Make sure to check out all streams, but stay here for the best games. I believe this one is going to be going the distance. Another quick challenge. If you're interested,
you believe in the reverse sweep?
I do believe in the reverse sweep, honestly. Like I think that Tundra have it in them. I honestly want it to go to a game 5. Who doesn't?
I don't know. Maybe I might be a hater right now. I might be a hater. I'm not sure.
Crazy out.
I'm not. You know,
you switched up.
I haven't switched up. You know,
success changes people.
I just don't know if I believe in the reverse sweep. Okay,
We're
seeing some good highlights out of Quadrant still, and it's just not enough right now from Tundra. But I would love to get proven wrong, especially with this transition from Rizix. Let's see what he can do. Good first touch past the first defender, and now he's looking to get a better 50-50. But Ixo, good patience. He's able to calmly carry this ball out and hand it over to Relating Wave.
And I like that call. Ixo electing to go for the boost, gives it to Relating Wave for the possession. Now they can play upfield on a 1-2 give and go. Cash following in, misses, but can get back in time and trying to fight for possession here. Relating Wave just going to back into it. And with time dwindling away in this one, a big game 3 for the series.
What is
right
going
now,
on, Cash?
No way they missed that again. Ixo clears it out.
That was so weird. Cash, it looked like he was trying to double tap on his own net and almost ended up setting up Tundra. and they're able to escape still with their lives intact, but we've approached the final minute. Cash flies by that ball, and he's looking for more demos. A good opportunity for Quadrant. This ball is bouncing high and in the air for Tundra, but nice carry out. And here we go. This is going to come down to the last second, it seems, and maybe we get OT.
Maybe we do, but Reziers trying to keep the pressure up at midfield. Casio plays it a little bit wide. Cash will extend. Chasing down to the corner. Rizex following in. Reziers gets the call. Back to relating wave. Handing possession back and forth. Under 30 to play here in game 3. Mounting their assault. Ixo in a 1v3 escapes with the ball in possession. All he has to do is center. The Casio on the ceiling more than happy to challenge. Crossing pattern in the net. Rizex takes it away.
And you see two players crossing paths. Final 7. Time running out. Overtime looming over all of these players. But can Quadrant maybe get an opportunity? That ball does bounce off the corner. But Reziers is here to get the fake and send us into OT.
It's a corner. Not this time. It's going to OT. It's a deep cut for you RLCS aficionados.
It's a corner.
Everybody knows.
One of the greatest moments. And maybe we get a nice little highlight.
Only the true nerds know that. Come on.
Wait, what do you mean? I don't think
you're... That's a deep cut. It's the deepest cut I have.
Is that a deep cut?
Yes. No, not at all. I'm lying out loud publicly. 17 seconds down. Not much has happened off the opening kickoff. We traded possessions a couple of times. There's Reziers from the ceiling trying to hold it, but Cash fighting for possession yet again. The confidence right now from Tundra very apparent as they get off the opening kickoff and continuing their pressure.
One thing I have noticed from both teams, though, is the transitions have been very patient. Like, both teams in these corners have been like, okay, let me hit the brakes a little bit and slow it down when I have that space. But Relating Wave decided not to do it there. Ixo, double tap off the ceiling. Good 50-50 follow-up. Cash is very close, and that's going to leave Wave alone on defense, but he can handle it all himself. And so far, we've just seen a lot of defense from Quadrant, unable to hold possession.
Yeah, Reziers at midfield. Casio continuing on that one-on-one challenge. Rizex again fighting from the side wall for possession, but a quick punch down to Relating Wave that makes this a dangerous pop. Rizex has to fly to the backboard to clear this one away. The challenges begin and the pressure continues. Quadrant putting so much on the line, 2 men up at a time, flying into this challenge and trying to hold possession as they force the boost game, which so far has been all theirs.
And I would not be surprised to see this game end with a Cash bump or potentially a Relating Wave double tap. It's a setup for Ixo, who gets a double tap himself. Then the follow-up save by Reziers, and Casio crashes across the goal line. But at the end of the day, it is just not enough, and Quadrant gets the sweep.
I mean, what potentially do you do here? You're so low on boost, you have to throw everything at the net. They're stuffing one corner, and they eventually get it through. Quadrant with the opening sweep here to start the winter split. It looked relatively easy in the first 2 games, but that last one a little bit shaky. Regardless, a 2-1 win is a 2-1 win. They start off 3-0.
And we got to remind everybody, I mean, you were talking about recency bias and, the G1 Invitational. Tundra took that previous series game win, and then now they come out here, they get swept by Quadrant, and it's off the hard work of demos, a lot of aggression, and in particular, I was very impressed with Relating Wave and his glue that he added to this team.
And I think the physicality in the opening start of the series really made the offense for Tundra uncomfortable. They never found the rhythm. It helped establish at least a baseline for Quadrant. And from there, if you're asking Cash to get more creative, you're asking Ixo to get more creative, they're only going to do that as the series goes on. And this is just the result of it. That game 3 was close, but it really wasn't enough. Leaf, at the end of the day, Quadrant just looked comfortable in this entire series.
They absolutely did. And they're not the only 3-0, though. We actually had a few across the board. I mean, K-Corp should have been expected over Saw. Team Vitality, they're playing against Sonics. And I said, watch out for Sonics, but apparently not that round. They also got swept 3-0 by Team Vitality. Yeah, so we have a few other matches still going on right now. Vertigo, this is the team I was talking about. These guys, you got to keep your eye on right now. Team Liquid is right now down a goal in their 3rd game against Vertigo. This could put Vertigo at match point against Team Liquid. This is our RLCS debut.
Yep.
And Vertigo's doing this well. This is I mean, not for Team Liquid, but you love to see this for the new blood, right?
Yeah, and you were talking about it earlier, Leaf, that Vertigo won game 1 6-1 against Team Liquid, which is a very fast team. It's difficult to score 6 goals against a team that is capable of flying and moving at the speed of lightning. I mean, Liquid, always around the field, in your face. And for Vertigo, this is their debut in the RLCS. You can't ask for much more.
And of course, I was going to mention we had a little back and forth from Oxygen and Guild as they trade wins with Guild sitting at match point. Oxygen will try to bring us to game 5. So yeah, that group though in general, Spaceman, Group D it's just tough all around. You don't want to be fighting those matches, but you gotta.
I mean, that's the luck of the draw here, right? If you're good teams, you're probably going to be playing good teams. But if you want to be the best in this region, Europe always been stacked, especially middle of the pack, some of the best in the world. You're going to have to fight through that gauntlet. And this is going to be one of the most stacked winter splits I think we've ever had, just given the quality of these teams, the roster changes that happened in the offseason. But also, like you talked about, German Amigos, formerly known as Evil Geniuses, BDS, Guild, and Oxygen in one group. Yeah, good luck, brother.
I don't know. I keep saying this, but it just feels good to be back. All right. The split has started again. I felt lost and confused without Rocket League in my life. And now we're back. We're back in Europe, especially. The chaos can begin. I feel like I'm finally home. I feel like I was staying at like my grandma's house for like months. And now I'm back in my own bed. I'm comfortable and I'm watching some Rocket League.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's fair. It was funny.
Keep the toes out. All right.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I do want to mention also in that group D there, the BDS German Amigos match is also pretty tight. German Amigos match point. BDS is up 1 goal though in that game 4, so that might go to a game 5 as well. And then we also have G1 Solary. The G1 Solary just finished a 5-minute overtime. G1 was at match point, but Solary Fairy Pika scored that 5 minutes something to keep themselves alive in that matchup. But yeah, G1 were looking like a sweep, but that turned around.
And I am excited to see how G1 perform in this split because they were so close to making the major before. I mean, they're ranked now 6th and just behind Quadrant, who did end up being that final team to make it to the major. So G1, I know that they've got a chip on their shoulder for just barely getting edged out of the competition.
And there's got to be at least a bit of a revenge tour this season for Mark Baye, given everything that happened with BDS. And the fact that he's still a top-tier talent that maybe doesn't get recognized enough now that he's on a different squad, surrounded by the likes of Atomic and Dorito. That is a powerhouse roster, a group of 3 that you do not want to take lightly, especially on day 1s. If they get into a tournament, a major, they could cause some potential upset. They could cause upsets. Let's just put the English at that, because there's a lot of different squads here in Europe that have different facets to their game that they've excelled at, and they're only going to get better as the split goes on.
Okay, it does look like we're going to focus more on this Solary G1. We did witness Oxygen just absolutely destroying Guild, and it looks like we are going to get a game 5, which is exciting. But now we got to focus on Solary G1. Who do you think is going to take this one? Solary G1, Leaf, I want to hear your prediction. You're always calling me out. Now you got to make the prediction.
I think you gave me a somewhat easy one, though. I do think G1, I mean, we just heard Spaceman talking about him, too. I mean, just even despite the compelling speech, G1 was definitely favorites coming into this matchup, in my opinion. And the fact that they were already sitting at match point and just had a really tight overtime, I think they still bounce back from that. They're an experienced team. Granted, Solary is too, but I do think G1 will edge away with that one. But I also want to shout out, I just remember we got to do fan rewards out too, don't we?
Ooh.
I'm wondering if anyone's gotten any drops yet, got any spicy decals or anything. I want to see those on Twitter. If you guys get those, tweet them out at me.
Those are the best rewards they've had in
they're clean
fan rewards wise. Yeah, they are clean. They're spicy. If you're rocking them, make sure you tweet at the RL Esports account just so they can see what you're dealing with.
Listen, I stay repping every single esports decal I can get my hands on. Okay. It makes me play better. That's what I like to tell myself. It's all a lie. Reality, it's all a lie.
We'll have to check those replays and see if that's the truth right now. But again, look at that. BDS, German Amigos, 1-1 right now. They're potentially, I mean, if BDS gets a goal, they'll be bringing that to game 5. I love how tight that you always have to have one group that's just everyone's just wet the whole time.
You talked about BDS getting a goal. I think that this might be German Amigos taking the dub now.
That's the thing, right? Like in day 1s, it's not super surprising anymore, just given the variance that exists within both every region, but also the level of play we're seeing. You're not seeing a massive disparity between teams that make it through closed quals and teams that make it through RLCS. Yes, the teams in the RLCS are more polished. They're usually better prepared and a better teamwork-oriented squad, but the level of Rocket League has increased exponentially in the past couple of years. So these close qual teams are starting to take some opening matches in day 1s. We shouldn't be too surprised about that, even for a top squad like BDS.
Oh, let's see though. They still got it up. 0 seconds.
Can they do it, BDS?
Ooh. Close one.
Oh, painful for the world champs.
German Amigos will take that dub 3-1.
3-1, yep.
For BDS, yeah. I mean, that just proves again just how difficult of a group that one's going to be over there.
All the channel points just cried out inside everybody who lost those.
I want to see the panic that everybody's going to go for now, because that always happens with the reigning champs. Like, oh my gosh, what?
It's time for
they
a
lost the
change.
series. It's over. It's always the best part.
40 seconds left in the Solary G1. Solary looking to reverse sweep this one after an intense 5-minute overtime in that game 3. 30 seconds left to do it, but right now G1 looking like they might close the series out.
Well, I think we're going to get a game 5 out of Liquid and Vertigo, barring
I'm hoping so.
a pretty big swing back. But looking at G1 and Solary, I mean, this G1 roster, of course, we've talked about them a little bit. Let's talk about Solary now. Again, you have kind of 2/3 of that original Vitality squad, K-Dop and Fairy Peak still together. Thoughts on that overall? I'm not looking for like insanely controversial takes or hot ones, but just thoughts on K-Dop and Fairy Peak sticking it together. Do you think Solary are going to be making some deep runs here this split?
Ooh, I don't know. That's a very difficult one to ask for, as we do see G1 take that game. And now I believe we'll end up taking the series win. And for Solary, I feel like that's such like a mentality-driven team, because obviously it's a team with so many veterans, each one of them having so much long, extensive histories. As Oski, that's a beautiful one to put in the back of the net. This will get into a game 5, most likely. A minute 17. I don't see Vertigo getting back in this game individually, but in terms of Solary, I just think that when it comes to a team with so many veterans that have so much long history in the RLCS, it's going to be up to their mentality moving into this split. If they're just trying to remain among the best, and they're not super driven, I can't really see them doing super well. I would love to, get an interview with those guys and see how they're viewing this split, see how determined they look, because that's going to be what I base a lot of my predictions on with that squad.
I am happy they're together still.
It's nice to see those names.
The question.
It's comforting to see those names.
Exactly. Man, yeah, this is Vertigo let something slip here, but hey, you know what? I kind of wanted a game 5, so I wanted this one to be
I will say, I have been fortunate enough to go visit some of the compounds of Oxygen. They, of course, are located in Boston, Massachusetts. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the United States topography, it's in the East Coast. Boston is a massive, massive proponent of the talent of this squad. I was talking with some of the owners, and Adam being one of them over at Oxygen, over at Boston Breach as well. They not only love the Rocket League squad they have, but this was during the offseason where they were unsure kind of where things were going. And I was telling them, look, like, you got a good core fundamental here. Keep it moving. Just try to find out what you can improve on. And the pickup of Rise was really shocking to me. Not that Rise got picked up, but just that this team came together the way they did. And knowing how Oxygen views their talent and their squad, this is an organization that's going to put everything, including the city of Boston, behind these boys. And it's going to be a insanely talented team moving into this winter split. They're dangerous across the board.
And for those of you who are unaware, Rise did replace Oli on this roster, this Oxygen Esports roster. And that is just an insane pickup that's going to transcend, it should transcend a lot of what we see in their offense.
I mean, shout outs to Guild, though. The fact that they're coming in, really Acro, Gum, the fact that they're still making a statement against this roster we're speaking so highly of in Oxygen Esports right now is a huge credit to that Guild roster and their debut into the winter split here.
Big shout out as well to Louis P, who's still alive and moving, and he's seen very different rosters across his time, but it's always nice to see continued familiar faces pop up consistently with new ones around as well. But the biggest pickup, of course, being Rise. I mean, one of the most clutch shooters we've seen so far is almost a chance for a 2-0 lead. But what do you do against the likes of Archie, right? In his top lokes run, one of the best closing out shooters you've had at the elbow, a clutch factor in the last couple of minutes of a game. Jorius, who only gets better as time goes on, and you have Rise as well. That's a Titan. That's a Titan of Europe. That's a 3-headed Hydra.
Just want to remind all the fans out there that all of these streams are going on across the board on the respective channels for these teams. So make sure if you want to get in their first party support, spam in their chat to check out these team streams across the day. This is just round 1 of groups. We got 2 more plus round 1 of the playoff bracket later on. So a lot of games that you can go and support these teams. As we can't tune into all of them, but once a match is done, we'll try to look at a few of them like we're doing right now. But if you want to check them all, make sure you go over those team streams. But I think we should get the hype up. I mean, with
Let's
these
hear
game
it.
fives,
I want to hear it.
Let's dive in and hear what's going on with Oxygen right now.
Touch. Not going to work out this time. Rise. Wrestling for possession. Going to drop this off. Ian Archie. Hand off possession. Acro's following it, but has no boost. He's going to have a slow recovery. Archie's going to take his time. I like this play. Let the clock work for you. Pops one high. Luis P up quickly. Great read. Will deflect it away from Rise. Joria's shot. Near post. Not going to be on target. But that Oxygen offense ramping up.
Yeah, they're like an onion. Tons of layers right now. This Oxygen team. Once you get past one, there's usually another one waiting. And if Rise didn't somewhat mess up that midfield touch earlier on that mechanical play with 100 boost, I think we may have scored a goal by now. So much control from Oxygen. The only thing Guild can do is just clear it to buy time for 10 to 15 seconds so that Oxygen get boost and do it all over again.
Great read from Archie. That's the third man. Big clear. Maybe a free goal. Yes, it is.
Let's
Joria's.
go.
He spots the gap. Slots in a snipe from downtown. And Oxygen extend that lead to 2.
Yeah, Acro, who I believe has had a stellar series for Guild, MVP performance so far for me from Acro this series. Unable to make that pass work. Potentially the first mistake, and Oxygen quick to capitalize as soon as they get a second. Pre-jump! I think Rise pre-jumped the pre-flip, or the flip reset. I don't even know what words. Look at Joria's. I think Rise already in the air here. Takes the bump and scores.
Oh.
Everything going right for Oxygen in game 5. So we're wrapping it up. We're up 3-0, Hootie.
He's just too icy. When the situation gets big, Rise takes care of it. We do
Maybe
see
see.
Rise sitting still. I wonder if that's a disconnect.
Yeah.
Looks like
Gonna
we
get a
will get a
pause
pause
there.
here before.
Ruh-roh. what a time for that in a game 5
Yeah.
there. Shout out to Karma and Hootie Hoo, though, casting that match. And we do have our Vertigo Liquid match. And if we have the comms ready, I think we'll have Stumpy and Cole sitting by. Let's see how ecstatic they are for their team not winning right now.
That is repulsive.
Literally takes 10 minutes. Exactly. I can cut that to 20% of its total.
Well, how many times are you just having that plain rice?
Come on! Oh, what a save! Charles!
Answer me first. Answer me first. How many
What's that?
times are you just having that packet of rice?
I'll have it.
Because surely you're
asking me?
cooking something that goes along with it, that
Yeah.
then take then that extra time that you can just leave just doing the rice for in the pressure cooker.
Well, it's just you do it at the end, you know? At the end, shove the rice on.
You're wrong. You know you're wrong. You know you're in the wrong for this, right?
I think that you're judgmental and
you know you're wrong
unpleasant.
and bad. You know you're wrong and bad and ugly.
Well, yes, I do.
If you accept one, you have to accept all 3.
That's completely fair. I can't disagree with that. But, you know, aside from my unpleasant looks, I'm more worried right now about Team Liquid's chance, because this is a pressure cooker, mate, this series.
This is a pressure
And-
cooker. Thankfully, with microwave rice, you don't need liquid, but this series needs that liquid to show up. It's 90 seconds, mate. This is going to be the difference, all right? The difference between love and death. Life and not life. And Oscar reaching that ball. Charlie B, who we are officially renaming to Charles the First, has got
Mate,
the third potential nail in the coffin.
He's going to be Charlie A at this point. Like, who is a better Charlie out there? Do you reckon he's the best Charlie in Rocket League?
Do I think he's the best Charlie in Rocket League?
Yeah.
No, because there's another player called Charlie that I've forgotten who it is, but they're really good.
You're not thinking of Moist Critical, are you? Whoa! No way!
No! Tumps!
Even Tampa's getting in on the act now.
Oh, Tumper got a pinch on the right side of the goal.
But of course Charlie was involved as well.
Oh,
Oh, man. Right, 4 goals. It's looking a little bit dead,
I'm
to be
fuming.
fair. This
I'm
is tough.
fuming.
Yeah, but listen, when you are the
nice.
reigning
Right,
EU
yeah.
championes, you got
Yeah,
a target
you're
on your
right,
back.
you're
You
right.
got to deal with these
You're
young
right.
up-and-comers who think they own the place.
You're right, you're right.
Coming at you, coming at the king, okay?
Yeah,
Team Liquid,
winnable.
genuinely,
Winnable.
are going to win from here. 0-second equalizer, then win the overtime. Done.
Yeah.
Bish, bash, bosh.
Yeah, we get this. Come on. That aggression is wonderful. That's okay. That's a good miss from Foxy. Getting a little touch. No, okay. Work your way in, Oscar. Oh, that is a big old bip up to the ceiling. Go on, son. Not much boost. Oh, you didn't have much to follow it. That was that was well read by Big Tumps. Ooh. Foxy, you sly man. Get the shotguns and dogs out, lad.
Pass it! Oh, the pass was there. It's so frustrating to watch Rocket League. You know what they should do, and they don't do it. And it's like, how can you possibly not have passed there?
No! Yes.
We're alive still. I think we need more than a demo to save a goal at this point.
Don't just get rid.
Need to keep it. We need some fat old pinches.
Pinch me.
30 seconds left on the clock.
Having a nightmare. Oh, he tried. He went for it. But again, it's just so choreographed. Charlie B. Charles the
They've done it, mate. It's over.
Towards Tumps. No, it's not over. Crown and Jules did it. Liquid can do it. Oh, don't get it, Charles. Oh, good fake. Good clear.
Let it go. Let it go,
No,
mate.
I don't want to let it go.
It's just a little airborne. It's still good. It's gone. I know.
No.
Can I just remind you that Stumpy and Cole are two of my favorite people of all time?
Way too much beans on toast in that broadcast.
It's a little bit funny, ain't it? I felt like I was coming back.
That was
just one. I need some like revolutionary 1776 music to like get me back to base because that was a lot of British. All that.
I like how we're talking about like let's see how they're dealing with them losing, and you go in and they're just like so out of it, out of it. That was amazing.
That was pretty good there. But yeah, what an incredible performance, though. We have to shout out to Vertigo. Oh my God. I remind you guys, RLCS debut for all three of those players, Foxy, Temper, Charlie, like that's huge for these players. So very,
against
very,
Liquid. Against
that's what
Liquid. It's this isn't a team that's like, also kind of trying to break into the top tier teams. This is already a top tier team in Liquid.
I gotta say, Quadrant, Tundra, look out, because this roster today is probably coming for you, and I would not be surprised to see these guys making to that top 12, to that round one of at least of that playoff bracket. But we have a lot more matches to get through before we're at that point, so we're going to go to a quick break. After that, we have your reigning world champions BDS playing off against a fan favorite in the European region, Oxygen Esports.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire! Try to clear this away. Landing on the foot of Andy. Picks up the steam. It's still there for Jimbo. He scored!
I got back to the game for like 2 or 3 weeks, and in that time I reached out to Crispy. I asked him if they'd be down to scrim, so it got to us scrimming, and the scrims went pretty well, so they picked me up.
Give me a touch to net, and that's a great goal from Emery. Oh, the pass from Davo, that is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, our start in the close qualifier was kind of unlucky because I had internet issues and some of us had off days, but it was definitely a valuable experience. It was nice to play RLCS again and get the experience of it, of how it feels, and playing with Crispy and Devo as well.
Devo will take it long. Anyone there for the touch? Crispy there for the touch, and Crispy is there for the goal.
The vibe in the team is very good, in my opinion. I mean, we have a lot of fun. In scrims, in RLCS, we always hype each other up, so it's really fun right now.
And of course, it's Metsadorus who sticks the dagger in. Endpoint are out.
We were pretty upset about not getting to the main event, and we're trying our best to improve in anything. We're doing many scrims a week, also replay analysis to improve. We'll not try, but we'll be there for the next one.
Let's get it this time around. High in the air. Back towards the left-hand side. Devo there to assist. And he's got it on 0 seconds. Endpoint take it and are still alive in round number 2.
Well, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on day one here of the European Open, the first event here for the Winter Split of the 22-23 season. I'm Leaf. Spaceman and Turk still joining me for more exciting Rocket League. We had a good, fun first round there, in my opinion. I was specifically, again, checking out that Vertigo team, RLCS debut, and they are rocking it right now. Taking a look at the groups. Here's how things land, Turtle, after we get our first round out of the way.
Yeah, definitely that's the main story coming into this is that RLCS rookie team, Team Vertigo, taking down Liquid, which again is a very, very impressive series win, but they're going to have to do it for the rest of their matchups if they want to truly make a name and I guess make some history here in the RLCS, which would be crazy to see them go all the way. But on the other sides, we've got K-Corp taking a pretty confident win, Vitality taking the dub. Sonics, we were hyping them up a lot about their recent performance. Unfortunately, not able to take their series win. I'm also looking at Group D, Team BDS, champs to come out a little bit slower and a tad bit sluggish.
Yeah, across the board, again, our eyes are definitely on that Group D. We look at maybe Group A and Group B and say we know what's going to happen. But even Group B could get a little feisty. That's for sure, Spaceman.
Yeah, I mean, they really could. I think G1 and Moist are usually locks for the top spot. Williams Resolve, of course, getting swept in their opening matchup. I expect that one to go differently, but I still look at German Amigos currently in Group D. I mean, they have a chance to finish top 2. Yeah. They play Oxygen as their third and final match. They got Guild coming up next. They just handled BDS. Guild should be no problem for them.
Well, let's get into the matchups because again, round 2 is about to hit the field. Lots of games across the board. We can only focus on one. So if you do want to see the match that we're not focusing on, head on over to your team streams, your favorite teams, support them in the chat, get loud, and make sure that they hear you guys. But on this stream here, we're going to focus in. I mentioned it before the break. The reigning world champions BDS will be facing off against Oxygen Esports. Spaceman's been real hype on Oxygen. Honestly, I think we all are. I think we're all loving that move with Rise to the team. Yeah. They have a great foundation to this roster. They already did, and adding Rise in, Spaceman is a huge move for them that could honestly continue to put BDS on the back burner here.
I mean, look, nobody's going to ever tell me that the change of the entire Moist Core 3 was a good idea. I wish that team stuck together. But with the fracture players going their separate ways, where was Rise going to end up? That was really what I was wondering through the offseason. And he lands with Joreus and Archie. Granted, Archie has gotten better and better as seasons have gone on. We saw him kind of explode on that top Lokes roster. Joreus now has a chance to be surrounded by 3 true elite strikers and a chance to have a complete high-powered offense that isn't so reliant on sustained transitions down the field, but more so individual plays, and that's where Joreus thrive. Rise on this squad brings a ceiling to this team that I think now is a chance to be a title contender, and these two teams are going to be Titans of Europe moving into this season.
Give me some thoughts on this matchup, Turk, because I mean these are both experienced rosters that we know everyone loves watching, and honestly either team could win, but for sure with this roster with Oxygen, they might look like favorites coming into this.
I think it's really hard to go against Oxygen, even just on how the day is looking. Oxygen just came off of a very, very solidified Game 5 win over Guild, 5-1 on Champions Field, and we were even watching a little bit of that here on the mainstream as we were taking a look. We saw, I believe it was a flip reset pass from Joreus over to Rise, who was reading all the mechanics, which is ridiculous. So just because of that, because of today, because of all the history too, I'm going to go with Oxygen.
Oxygen. All right. And I think Spaceman, you're going to sit with them too, right?
Yeah. And this one, I think it'll be close, but Oxygen. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Me too. And this is interesting because usually we go BDS across the board on the desk. And yeah, this could be our first of the Winter Split. Do you think we did it?
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope so. I think it's always fun when we get, because if we're going one-sided, hopefully we get a crazy matchup.
Hey, well, we got the match. Take it away, boys.
I can't wait to get into this one, Turtle. This is one of the premier matchups to start off the Winter Split. A best of 5 still on your screens, but BDS, reigning world champions, Oxygen, trying to get themselves in that category as well. Rise, the biggest pickup in the offseason, in a punch down field that hits off the top bar, and it's followed up by Monkey Moon. Who else to start things off for BDS?
Yep, and it's the former world champs who are going to strike first off the crossbar. I thought this was going to be a missed opportunity, but they got a bit fortunate because it bounced off the crossbar 2 times in a row, and that made the setup that much easier. Normally, Spaceman, if it hits the ground and goes above the crossbar, there's no angle with the shot, and you kind of waste an opportunity. So very fortunate bounce for BDS and a good start.
If you like those team goal explosions, check them out in the Esports store in the shop. They got all kinds of things to rep your favorite squad. And now let's get into it. Off the opening goal, BDS applying the pressure early. And for both the teams, we expect this matchup to continue as the season wanes. A great extension from Jorius will leave Archie on the opposite wing, and Rise plays back up midfield.
Oh my,
Seiko,
okay.
Beautiful connection. Better save from Archie, and Extra punches it towards the backboard.
That was a pre-jump from Seiko, and this is a team that just lost in their previous matchup. BDS, I thought they were going to be a little bit defeated, but they are coming out here guns ablazing, prepared to take on Oxygen.
Well, now they're warmed up, and we've had a bit of time off for a lot of squads. Granted, scrims, practice, offline tournaments, it all exists, but RLCS is a different beast, Turtle. These players come prepared, and they know what's on the line.
And there's been pre-jumps across the board for Seiko, who's reading his teammates flawlessly. Monkey Moon flowing into these corners. Very nice. Look at these 50-50 wins, getting that ball across to the other side, able to maintain possession. This team BDS, they are coming into this game confident, and they know they have what it takes to take down Oxygen Esports. At this moment, it's really just a mental game, and they've certainly got that win.
Extra 50s make it 4 in a row, punched up towards the corner, and Extra will peel off the play, now circling back towards the midfield. Boost should be there for BDS. You're leaving Monkey Moon and Seiko as the only ones playing point, but Extra will cover nicely and gets it laterally to Monkey Moon downfield, ready and waiting for the pass. Rise leaves off. Extra following up. And Extra is another player who started getting more love on this BDS squad, especially after that World Championship win. So undervalued on this team, oftentimes doesn't get those top 5 player recognitions that really he does deserve.
I mean, there's always going to be that one player on a roster full of stars that might not be talked about as much. And for me, I do also agree that it is going to be Extra. And he is the pillar of consistency for this offense. Seiko, we know what he's capable of, the crazy mechanics. Monkey Moon, of course, can come through, but how about Extra? This man, when you need him to pick up the phone, to answer the call, he's always there.
The best teams are the ones whose fundamentals are the cleanest. Was looking for the crossing pattern, but front box, Extra slots it 2-0. Still about 3 minutes to play here in game 1. It's been all of BDS. We're waiting for, of course, the Oxygen offense to kick into high gear, but so far defensively, we've seen this before where BDS just break down a squad. Shot after shot, look after look. It doesn't matter what they throw at you. They're going to be consistent with it, and off the kickoff, they find another.
This is classic BDS that we all know and love. Blowing this ball into the corner, you get a good 50-50 win from Extra, and Monkey Moon reads that play perfectly. That positioning for Monkey Moon, he wasn't too far across. He wasn't trying to anticipate a more optimistic 50-50 win from his teammate. He knew it would go back to him. He's in the exact spot he needs to be, and they go up 3-0 in game 1.
I mean, even if you miss that shot, it gets saved. You had Extra following on the backboard, Seiko grabbing corner boost. Everyone upfield, BDS feeling very comfortable, and it's been dangerous so far. Granted, again, like we've talked about before, game 1's either mean a lot or a little. So far, it looks like BDS are warmed up after their opening series, and Rise will try to stall out and continue to play. Make things different for Oxygen going into this one, but with only about 2 minutes to play here, Turtle, it very much feels like BDS have everything they need in the toolkit to get this one done.
And it's a little bit refreshing. I mean, in the previous series, Spaceman, I remember we were talking a lot about efficiency and being able to put away a lot of these tight shots and tight angles whenever you're given the opportunities. And that was a big piece of constructive criticism that I had for Tundra. They were missing open nets, missing opportunities, but that is not the case for BDS. I mean, these players, they've got 8 shots and they're sitting at 3 goals. Efficiency is certainly there, and they're able to punish when they need to. It's not the same story for Oxygen, but they've only got 1 shot. They can't even get on offense to get those opportunities because there's just too much from BDS.
Yeah, they don't really have time to breathe, let alone if you want to extend this game out towards the corners, play off the sidewall. I mean, they got to worry about Seiko on the backboard. Ross just trying to clear it, has to get Archie for the pre-jump. Jorius was waiting, but Archie going to follow in on the ball, and Seiko will get back to net. This one's dangerous. What a double tap from Archie to open it up for Oxygen.
Bro.
Finally, some life breathed in.
There's no way you read this. There is no way this man read it. I want to see. He didn't even have any boost. This man was just perfectly flying across the net. I'm not sure if he set it up that way with the last ounce of boost, but he got that dunk without using any of it. He was rotating his car, and somehow, some way, that worked out. Archie, what a play to start things off for his team.
Respectfully, let him cook, but you're going to have to worry about that. Off the kickoff, that's 2 times now in this game. Monkey Moon has punished you. It's a win by Extra. He doesn't get the boost, but Seiko, the extension, backboard touch, Monkey Moon finishes.
Oh, wow.
My goodness.
I mean, they're letting Monkey Moon cook right now. A hat trick to this man's name, and what a way to get into game number 1, BDS. I'm sure a lot of people, including myself, I mean, we all predicted against BDS. I wasn't necessarily doubting them, but I truly respected the round 1 win from Oxygen, and the unfortunate loss out of BDS. I thought they'd be a little bit more sluggish, a bit down on themselves after that first loss, but that has not been the story.
This is just the game plan. This is the model for BDS, right? They're maybe not the flashiest team, but they do everything so well. Their fundamentals are better than almost anybody's in the world. They capitalize on big opportunities downfield. They capitalize on their long possessions like here, Extra winning another one, and Monkey Moon set up in the front of the box, quickly denied, shot back out. Jorius with the clear. Midfield boost there. Seiko, Rise trying to meet this one. He's going to have to fight off 2 defenders at a time, but easily taken aback. And that's 30 seconds off the board that has nothing to say, as Oxygen couldn't find a single touchdown field, and they get counterattacked off it. It's 5-1.
And for this, you understand why Oxygen are trying to push forward so much. I mean, they were down, 3 goals already, 4-1. They needed to put one in with 20 seconds remaining. They're extending their offense. So this is understandable, and this game is just simply out of their hands at this point. BDS, a comfortable and very dominant game 1 win. 15 seconds remaining. Maybe Oxygen, if you can just start the momentum early on, that would be a good sign moving into game number 2. But regardless, you don't have enough time to get back into it. And off the hard work of, I'd say, all 3 players, this wasn't one in particular showing up. It was BDS as a whole, Space.
Yeah. No, this was not Oxygen struggling on one side. It was basically BDS playing free play for the entire 5 minutes. It was unfathomably clinical. BDS looked so good in game 1. A dominant win, 5-1. To start the series off, you got 3 goals from Monkey Moon. Here are your stats across the board. I mean, it was just one after another, every single player having an impact, and you can see the result.
Yeah, and I was really excited to see BDS in those, like you said, the word clinical spots. The positioning was always there, and it started with Extra with that shot to the far right post. The only goal that we got out of Oxygen was that ridiculous dunk. And Leaf, are you as impressed as I am about that dunk? Because that was insane.
Yeah, no, I mean, that feels like right place, right time. Definitely.
Yeah.
On that one. Or just 4,000 IQ. That was,
yeah.
That's the other
he had it all prepped with that boost. Okay.
But either way, I mean, we question if we would throw the death curse on them by all going Oxygen, and it looks like we might have. But that can turn around. I mean, we saw Oxygen's matches before against Guild go completely back and forth like that, some high-scoring games as well. Just give you an idea across the board of what's happening too. Group A, again, kind of looking predictable here. We got Team Vitality up 1-0 over SA, and Carmine Corp getting their win over Sonics. Sonics not having the best days today, but obviously K Corp not an easy matchup. Moist and G1 both getting their wins. It's Moist over Solary and G1 over Williams Resolve. I know Spaceman, you said we might see Williams Resolve get some dubs in a bit, but again, still not the easiest of groups. And again, they're against G1 right now. We saw how well they're playing today. So the other ones, of course, Tundra. Continuing Liquid's bad day. They got their game 1 win. And Vertigo starting again this round 2 off good, getting win over Quadrant. I do believe Quadrant is up. Yeah, they're up 4-0 right now in game 2. So that back and forth. But we did see Vertigo's matches have that inconsistent scoreline before too. So still a match to keep an eye out on is those Vertigo matches, because
that's where my eyes like immediately go to. Like as I'm looking at this page and trying to see all the results here, I'm immediately looking at Vertigo and how that roster continues to perform, because we see it all the time where there'll be weird and crazy upsets that you might not have expected. The question is, can you consistently do that on the day to prove that it wasn't just a fluke or just a random first round matchup? And Vertigo, they're trying to prove that against Quadrant.
We do question how Solary is going to perform. We're talking about them before, and how this roster is going to continue on through the rest of the season. They're against Moist right now. Again, one of the stronger teams in the region. And Moist did win game 1, but in game 2 here, we're into a minute overtime now, tied 1-1. So Solary is holding their own, and I think they'll continue to hold their own. I mean, I don't think anyone would have ever thought that those players wouldn't still manage to at least be a middle of the road team in the European region, because they've got so much of experience. But K Corp again is still looking like the boss, maybe Oxygen of that region, but K Corp again tearing through their matches. But I mean, put them in Group D. Maybe things change a bit.
We haven't talked too much about K Corp, to be honest. I mean, this is a team that made it to the grand finals in every single regional event of the last split. I feel like I haven't been saying their name enough, but K Corp, they are the monsters right now of Europe.
Yeah. I mean, between them and BDS, and granted, K-Corp also have the #1 player in the world. I don't think anybody's going to doubt that. Vatira is just an absolute freak of nature, a sculpted god. So, you know, it's I think this is going to be also a squad that we're probably going to be seeing K-Corp, BDS, and I'm going to put Oxygen there just preliminarily for the start of the season. Those top 3 are probably going to be the top 3 of Europe for a while, just how these squads progress as the season goes on. K-Corp and BDS, man, like, that's going to be our Moist and Furia on lands. It's going to be insane.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's so tough because you're listing these teams as like the tops, but then I'm also looking at, again, the rest of Group D, and I'm like, okay, what about previous EG roster, German Amigos? What about them? What about, Guild, the fact that they went to Game 5 against, there's so many good teams coming into this winter split. And the fact that we might be seeing a new top roster, potentially, I might be speaking too soon. I might be a little too hype about Vertigo, but I mean, we've seen that before. Look at that, the Moist roster. I mean, these guys came out of nowhere last season, and look at where they are now. So what if we're seeing another Vertigo spaceman?
I mean, I certainly think the opportunity is there. If this team continues this trend, granted, we're only in the start of day 1 of the very first start of winter. But one thing about Europe that's been consistent for year after year after year is the middle of the pack teams. We're talking like from 4th place down to top 8. Those are the squads that always have upset potential, whether it's internationally, whether it's in their own region. Europe has always been very mixy like that. These are teams that could absolutely show up to a major and take out some of North America, whether it's the top 4 in NA, whether it's top 6. I expect Vertigo to be in a potential chance to create some disturbances within this entire pool of talent. And if they keep it moving, they keep it going as a young squad, they have a lot of potential.
And just while we try to get ourselves back into the match here, just a bit of again, update across the boards to that Quadrant Vertigo matchup is now 6-2, 16 seconds left. So lots of goals being scored between these two teams. G1 looking confident in their matchup against Williams Resolve. I know we want to always hope for WR to perform, but again, G1 looking like they're really feeling something today. They're up 3-0 in that game too. So we might be 4-0 now. Sorry, we might be looking at a potential full sweep there for G1, which would set them on a really good path, especially for that game differential. I don't think they're going to have to worry about any tiebreakers, but I think they're looking good right now. So G1 might be another team, Spaceman, that we're going to have to keep in mind when we're talking about those top 5 teams, top 3 teams.
Absolutely. Look, I don't know if they're going to be able to take down the likes of BDS and the likes of Carmine Corp right now, but G1 is absolutely a squad with, I see this squad, if they do stick together, which I hope they do, they will likely get better as the season gets going. They will likely improve every single regional, and they have a real chance to make it to the major. And with that, again, with points being reset, everybody starting at 0, G1 is a squad you should keep your eye on as well. There's a lot of different unique matchups in Europe happening this season, this split alone, that feels very unique to last year, where we had a bunch of great middle of the pack teams that were always in the contention to make it to a major.
And reminder to chat, this is a perfect example of it. While we have to wait for to get into our next match here, or our next game, you could be going and watching all the other streams right now. Open up your team streams, open up your favorite teams, support them, or not even your favorite team, just open them all up and watch all the streams. Lots of Rocket League matches happening across the board.
How can you not love that Cole and Stumpy duo? Come on.
Exactly. So head on over to those streams if you want to make sure that you're min-maxing the amount of Rocket League you're watching to get over there. And again, I honestly think you guys should go over and watch Team Quadrant stream and watch that Vertigo match and see how they're doing.
Yeah, if you get a chance, check out all the team streams. We highlight who we have here on main, but that means there's more matches and action happening elsewhere. So go find those casters, go find those streams, and give them some love, because they are the lifeblood of the Rocket League Esports. Yeah. Now let's get into game 2, Turtle.
We're back in it.
I'm excited, man. This one has been a bloodbath so far from BDS, but I think game 2 will have something different in store.
Yeah, we had to take a short little pause to try and make sure everybody was in the server and the connection was all set, but we are back in it. The action can unfold in front of us yet again, and maybe we'll see BDS continue their rampage against Oxygen. I mean, Oxygen had no oxygen. Quite literally, they had no room to breathe. They were getting outpaced everywhere on the field, and now they're having to deal with some incredible shots into the bottom corner that was saved from an orange member, thankfully, if you're a fan of Oxygen. And BDS don't strike first, but they do start the game hot.
Yeah, it's been the rebound game for me from BDS. It's been so dangerous. Jorius places it nicely and gets in front, up on top of the ball. BDS couldn't get up in time, and Archie sets this one up.
All right, here comes the momentum. All the mechanics coming out. Joreus, he has one spot to hit this shot. He goes to the right side of the ball, knows he needs to get it around the defender, and does exactly that. 1-0 to Oxygen. Orange team starting off strong.
I mean, that's going to have to be the recipe for success if you're Oxygen in this series, is pressure BDS on their own goal line, take boost away, follow-up chance after follow-up. Joreus from the side wall, we've seen this thousands of times, but a nice punch out towards the top. Monkey Moon ready and waiting for the extra touch, and Extra on his namesake will carry it out. Gets it right over Rise, but there is Joreus ready and waiting. Monkey Moon for the 50. Possession here for BDS. Extra keeping it alive. Anybody else around? No. Wow. Extra still playing.
What is going on? The defense of Oxygen a bit disorganized, not sure who to go up for that ball and win a challenge. And Joreus is also late on this, and Seiko can't get the shot. That was into the top left corner off the post. Again, that was a very slow defensive rotation from Oxygen, and they're still trying to recover from these mistakes. They can't get in front of the ball again, all tied up.
I mean, if you can't clear this one out, there's only so much you can really do before BDS find the opening. Archie falls back. Rise gets bumped. Open net. A good recovery from Archie inside the goal line, but it's just a little bit too late. That was inevitable. BDS were going to score. It just took them a matter of time. But we already have ourselves a tie game. A better showing from Oxygen starting off in the opening kickoff, but so far BDS respond to the pressure, and they maintained it on those rebounds downfield.
Plenty of confusion among all three players of Oxygen, not sure where to go for the ball or when to. I think the positioning needs to be tightened up a bit, but certainly they can do that as we get more into this game and as they get used to how BDS want to rotate out. But that's definitely a challenge in and of itself, but a good pass out to Rise in the corner. Joreus takes the shot, doesn't find the back of the net. Instead, he gets Extra with a pre-jump save, and BDS are forced to play a bit of defense, but some good speed from Extra should open up a nice solid clear, immediately denied by Joreus.
I mean, Turtle, in these situations, if you are Oxygen, how do you break up the monotony that so far has been the offensive side of the ball, where they've struggled to go for those open looks, to clear out defenders from BDS? What do you do to change things?
I personally think it's the communication. I'm not sure exactly what's happening with Oxygen and how they're breaking down on defense. I mean, there's a big whiff from Rise, and then obviously the bumps paying dividends here for BDS as you take out the main defender who is going to get the clear. I just want to see better organization, better structure, and this is a normal thing that you get out of a team that just picks up a new player. Sometimes you're a bit confused as to who or when somebody is going to go for the ball. Archie, not a good clear, and a follow-up from Extra into the same right spot that we saw him nail in the previous game. This time it's saved.
I mean, that dangerous spot, it's like 10% window of opportunity, but he still slots it, and it forces two defenders on the save to commit. Diving at that. Quickly back to the neutral zone. Rise trying to go for the challenge, will do so. Extra just pops it right over, and perfect place, perfect opportunity. BDS more than happy to play the midfield as Archie gave away possession, and Monkey Moon took it right back.
I mean, just look at the positioning. You've got one player from BDS who's prepared to challenge after the 50-50 up high. This is Extra. He's waiting downfield. We don't have the same approach from Oxygen. Two players in similar spots, nobody ready to challenge immediately after the 50-50, and because of it, you're going to get punished.
If you're losing those pop fields at midfield, or I should say the pop game at midfield, because English is hard, it's going to be more difficult to maintain possession, but also just burning a lot of boost to continue the play. We've seen Oxygen do it before, and now from the corner grab, Extra didn't time it right, but it doesn't matter. He escapes with his life, and Joreus plays it off the back wall. You get Rise as well, working in tandem, the cutoff, and Monkey Moon again off the infield pass. BDS look good, and they are clinical right now.
I mean, this is ridiculous. What is my boy doing over there? Why is Monkey Moon prepared for this? It's insane. This is the type of awareness that I always talk about with BDS, knowing how to read the field. Monkey Moon, that was a 50-50, or rather a dunk from his own teammate that was positioned perfectly across the field, and Monkey Moon had the read. We aren't seeing that same level of awareness from Oxygen.
There's only so much you can do on the slow clear down to the ground, but you're just hoping Seiko isn't there to challenge, and he is. The double carry still works out. Front of the box cleared away. Extra back in front. Joreus now fighting for his life for possession. Seiko was nowhere to be found. We'll have to fly back. Monkey Moon easily there off the top bar. Follow up Rise, but Extra diving save. No boost. Rise to the corner. Archie with him. Monkey Moon comes in, takes it away with no boost. I mean, constant opportunities here for BDS with very little resources in the tank. It's a dangerous spot to be in. Still 3-1. Opportunities. Joreus can't get underneath.
Double commit on the side of BDS. Could open up a shot for Rise. He did take it. Saved quickly out of Extra, but there's still an onslaught of shots going at their own net. And this is a 50-50. It's not even a shot. It had a blue trail, and it is unfortunately for BDS going to fall in. Oxygen I don't want to say it's a lucky one. It's just a very solid 50-50 from Archie.
I mean, Seiko did all he could on the pinch, but a great 50-50, and you had to keep that pressure moving if you're Oxygen. That breathed life back into the squad. No pun intended. 28 seconds to go. 3-2. BDS trying to hold on to the lead, and Seiko off the kickoff just misses wide. I don't know if he's because he had no boost or let alone the angle was tough, but Archie will take it away happily. Rise looking for the extension. No connection on the 1-2 give and go. Jorius at midfield. Found no touch. Archie misses. Rise there yet again. Monkey Moon bumps him off the play. Kick back out and hit. Rise can't find the connection. 8 seconds to go. You need something if you're Oxygen. It's close, way over, but Extra pops it high. Jorius now on the back wing. Plays it to the corner. It's centered out. Looking for the connection. Denied. Archie at midfield has to keep it alive. And with nothing in the tank,
that's gotta be it, right?
Archie is still up. It's still up for Oxygen. Monkey Moon punishes 4-2. This one is done.
Still up for Oxygen, but it means there's even more opportunities for BDS to put a final one in, increase the lead by 2 goals, and send us into game number 3 with a potential sweep from the former world champions. And that was a close one. I think Oxygen started to find their footing with that 50-50 win from the corner out of Archie, where it actually ended up going into the net. Bit of some luck on their own side, but better 50-50s overall.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, that's just not enough against BDS. I'll say it again. The awareness. They know how to read these plays. They know where the 50-50s are going. Oxygen started to get a little bit of that. They were trying to find some of these missing pieces of the puzzle, but at the end of the day, it was too late, Lee.
Yep. We sometimes put doubt where it shouldn't happen. We doubted BDS would deliver here, and they're world champs.
I feel responsible. I feel responsible for this.
They were so consistent in the last few years. And
Leaf, the scary thing
now?
is, like, it doesn't matter if BDS has no boost, if they're out of position, if they're struggling to get back together. It always feels like the fundamentals of this team kick in, especially in clutch time when they have a 1-goal lead, they're trying to maintain something. It's hard to break this team down. It's hard to break this team down to their rudimentary parts and get them uncomfortable. It just doesn't happen often.
Well, across the board, we do have 2 teams finished right now. That's G1 getting a 3-0 sweep over Williams Resolve, and we have Team Vitality getting a 3-0 sweep against SA, and all of our other matches are still going on right now. Vertigo is against the match point. Quadrant is up 2-1 in that match. We actually have K-Corp Sonics playing right now. K-Corp was at match point, but Sonics actually won once, so it's now 2-1, and they're winning this 4th game. So they might be going to a game 5 against K-Corp.
And that is why we actually ended up talking about Sonics, and we're putting some respect on their name, but we're going to, it's always going to be a late start if you can't get that first one under control, but that doesn't mean the second follow-up series could go your way. Just got to make sure you maintain that mentality. But we're going to go ahead and get back into this one. Oxygen up against BDS, who have been on a tear. BDS, it's hard to stop these guys, and I think Oxygen, they're so offensively minded. Once they pass that midfield line space, man, they're under control, they're organized, they're spaced out, but before it, whenever they're stuck on defense, it's not the same story.
Sure, I mean, it very much could be a result of the offense leads the defense, and that's how this team operates, but for BDS, they have everything controlled. There's a reason they're world champions. There's a reason we very much expected, and rightfully so, that this squad stuck together going into the season, and they're trying to repeat, and they look primed to do it if they continue to play like this for the rest of the year. But so far, we are waiting for that Oxygen offense to show its overwhelming force. We know Rise is one of the most clutch players in the league. We know how good Jorius is on the wing here, and that's going to be an overextension for BDS that punishes them as Jorius was ready for the touch.
Yep, and we finally do get a good start for Oxygen with Rise, a quick 1-2 pass down to Jorius. Maybe this is that transitional gameplay that they needed to approach BDS with initially, and that's going to be quick passes, not trying to dribble into the other half and maintain possession for as long as you can, but instead put a quick, fiery shot on net, and you might catch BDS overextending.
Small floater from Seiko. I like the call. Hits it with the side of his car, but again, possession here for Oxygen. Extra should have no problem handling this, and he won't. A lot in the tank. Seiko off spawn. Rise. Flipping it high. Allows Monkey Moon to get the call. Archie running point. Just dishes it back out. Jorius now has a chance off the backboard and leaves it to Monkey Moon. No one else to follow up. I like the call from Oxygen. Don't get too over-aggressive. Still try to play through these possessions.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely know that all 3 players on Oxygen, if they extend forward, can make something out of nothing, but against a team like BDS, if you're not clinical with those shots and converting on every single chance you get, you are going to get punished. Monkey Moon Extra both jumping up for that ball, but Monkey Moon called off, and he's back in position to deny Rise in the corner. Should be an easy transition for him, and it looks like this is the first time BDS are going to really have to go back to the drawing board and try and approach Oxygen differently because this is a new squad.
These are the 50s you're going to have to take if you're Oxygen, especially when the possession is back to BDS through the corner on the opening sidewall as they get back to midfield. These are the possessions you're going to have to take. As Rise just puts a dangerous shot towards the net. It was a beautiful look, just couldn't convert. The pre-flip there, plays it towards the side. A misflip doesn't matter. Archie keeping it alive. Here he comes, right off the back wall, taking away Extra, denying it quickly. BDS not going to give him anything for free.
Monkey Moon, this could be something special, but doesn't have the boost to keep going for it. And now he's looking for a better 50-50 in the midfield. Archie, I like the transition game. It seems like Oxygen, whenever they're approaching the midfield, if they're getting a 50-50, a touch on the ball, it's always going to be towards a teammate that's still centered downfield. And we weren't seeing that in the first 2 games. So the connections are more established here for Oxygen, able to find each other and really thread the needle to at least get some better opportunities on the net of BDS.
And the patience is here for Oxygen defensively, playing it off the backboard close to the chest, but now the conversation swings to BDS's favor. How do they start to break down this Oxygen defense that's been pretty tall the majority of this game? Still a 1-0 lead for the boys in green. And BDS will try to flip that out towards the front of the box as Jorius try to keep things going. Seiko now on his own, so off the ceiling. Round 1, can try to pinch it down, does so. Extra couldn't find the pinch. No center here. Oxygen will escape for the moment.
Seiko eager to get that flip and over a defender, but he couldn't get the follow-up off the backboard. Nonetheless, we are going to see more pressure out of BDS. That's immediately denied as soon as I talk about it because you've got Rise coming down the other side. The control, the first touch, it's all there for this player.
He had 4 shots before this. One had to land finally. 20% from the field, but connects, puts it through. 2-0 lead. We got ourselves a series. It's 1:23 to play, 2-0.
That's just too much. That's ridiculous. You get a flip reset catch on the ball to then get the air dribble carried. I mean, he was able to get that follow-up simply because he had the extra flip. And those are the mechanics that you expect. Those are the mechanics that Oxygen needed and wanted when they picked up Rise, and that's what they're getting.
Jorius is going to be dangerous. The musty. Oh my! Jorius from the sidewall. Are you kidding? It's 3-0.
Hello, Jorius. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for hitting us with the musty, and thank you for hitting us with the double tap. This is just too much mechanics all in one play, back to back off of Rise's flip reset. We are getting spoiled in game number 3.
Gotta get a pulse check on Hootie Hoo and Karma. Go check him out on the Oxygen stream, but stay here as things continue on. Under 60 to play. BDS finally find their first real disadvantage in this series. The defense hasn't been there, and they've had no offense to show for it. That's why you currently see a 0 in the stat column as Monkey Moon will try to get it around, but Rise punishing through the corner. These two teams, I should say players, have seen each other time and time again. But Seiko going to open things up, misses the reset. Archie playing it low to the ground. Here comes Jorius for the call, and Rise meeting it in the air. The team pinch would have been sensational, but it just won't connect. 35 to go. It looks like Oxygen have everything they need to get this series 2-1.
Everything they need. It started out with a lot of different passing plays in the midfield, which I think built a lot of their confidence moving forward. And then now it's swapped up to solo plays out of Jorius and Rise. And Monkey Moon is far too ahead, doesn't have any boost. If he had even one pad, I'm sure he could have gotten a touch on this ball. But simply put, this man out of boost, out of time, and with 16 on the clock, you're going to have to look to the next game.
You're seeing Oxygen more and more just throw shots at the net from behind midfield, pulling BDS from those counterattacks and forcing them to make those saves in transition. It's a big change that happened between game 1 and 2. Finally, it's working out in game 3.
Here we go. There's space,
no matter what happens here,
all right,
you get one for the road. It's a positive result for BDS, but you got to tip your cap to Oxygen how they've responded in the series.
Do you believe, Spaceman?
Of course I believe.
Do you believe in the craziness? I don't know. I don't know if I believe. I'm not going to lie. I was hyping it up, but like 12 seconds left. We saw that unbelievable flick double tap from Jorius. Rise, the flip reset. This has got to be a perfect kickoff for BDS. Monkey Moon was looking for a demo. This is possession for Oxygen. Yep, it is over. We're going to look at the next game and maybe even a goal to go for Oxygen. 5-1.
This is the Oxygen we were waiting to see. And this is the matchup between BDS we wanted as well. We wanted it to be close down to the wire, and it certainly was. It seemed the offense a little bit more flourishing as Rise and Jorius had a field day on the side. Wall more comfortable in midfield, took their possessions and took them willingly. 5-1 might be the final score, but regardless, it's an Oxygen win. 2-1 leading the series for BDS, still on match point, but Oxygen finally have something to show for it.
And they were truly starting to spread the field more, Space Station, as this game was getting more and more intense. They started to, okay, maybe we need to push more into these corners, take some boosts, and not be so bunched up on defense. The transitions, very, very flawless for Oxygen Esports. It's setting up more solo plays. We got Jorius starting to come alive here with a hat trick. Rise, 2 goals to his name. And of course, Archie, well, he didn't get a goal, 2 assists, and plenty of work behind the scenes to get this dub.
Leaf, looking at how this entire game played out, right? We were waiting for the Rise and Jorius duo to eventually hit its peak. It felt like they felt more comfortable in this one. The BDS didn't look bad at it by any stretch. It just seemed that the overwhelming pressure of Oxygen's offense that we expected finally showed up, and they find themselves a dominant win.
I mean, I think this is gonna happen when you switch a roster like that up for Oxygen. You're gonna need a little time to get into it, and especially you're gonna need that time to get tested against some of the best teams. You go into these matchups not knowing what BDS has worked on besides your scrims. You know, you're gonna have to test that, get adjusted to it, and find your way. So hopefully we see Oxygen keep this matchup close here. But I do want to let you know a couple more teams finishing. Vertigo were not able to get the win. It was 3-1 for Quadrant in that matchup, but still, hey, taking a dub off that, not too bad. And German Amigos having a great day right now too. They start their day 3-1 against BDS, and now they're 3-1 against Guild Esports. They took that dub, so they're looking good in their group. In Group D, one of the hardest groups. In German Amigos again, looking pretty tough.
That's a good sentence that we should put on a t-shirt for how this season should play out. It's going to be pretty tough for every
it'll be tough. Indeed.
Ooh, by the way, one more thing.
Okay, I'm ready.
Solary is currently on a reverse sweep against Moist.
Oh, man.
They're in game 5, and Solary's up 2-1.
Everybody wants a reverse sweep today.
Looks like everybody's getting tested. Everybody wants a reverse sweep. Oxygen, they want to be the first to get that reverse sweep, and this might be the start of it. Step 1 is going to be with Rise getting the first goal, and step 2 is just maintaining this possession.
That's the best way to start if you're Oxygen. BDS, it doesn't matter how much time's on the clock, they will find a way to score. Doesn't matter what you give them, they'll take a mile, but so far, Oxygen continuing the success they had in Game 3 over the Coliseum. Only one away from a Champions Field matchup, but still a 2-1 series lead here for BDS. If you're just joining us, welcome in to the second series here on the day of the mainstream. If you want to check out all these different action, all the different teams currently playing, head on over to Liquipedia to find the matches happening. We'll keep you updated with scores, but you can also find those team streams to give them some love as well. It has been a bloodbath. We've said it before, we'll say it again, between BDS and Oxygen. We're getting the very best so far to start the winter split. BDS looking great, Oxygen looking good as they try to make this reverse sweep happen.
Yeah, and this is the best moment to be tuning in, not just because we're seeing some flashy plays from Jorius, but because there's 3 setups now for a potential reverse sweep. And in this game, Rise started things out, but Jorius continues the momentum.
I mean, that's what Archie used to do way back in the heyday of Top Blokes, just getting those rebounds, setting up for his teammates. And that offensive third, Archie, is one of the best in the world. Doesn't get enough love for that specific correlation towards his gameplay, as Jorius off the opening kickoff made it dangerous for BDS. And there's a great demo to clear way and force BDS to have to think twice about their transition upfield, as Extra will do so. Still fighting for possession, buying time for his teammate to get off spawn. Monkey Moon clears it towards the sidewall.
I mean, look at the boost too. You see Rise flipping forward, taking the corner boost. He's also rotating back on top of the midfield boost. BDS, they are struggling. If you look at the top left corner, you can see the boost meters always going down, depleting as they're trying to move out and transition. Seiko could get a good shot on target. He does, as Monkey Moon bumped out Rise, which meant it was a free shot, but a better pre-jump save out of Oxygen.
An easy serve to the front of the net. Archie still fighting. 2 touches, 1 off the ceiling as well. Just being a nuisance in the front of the box for BDS to have to deal with consistently, that lone man. Forcing the different challenges, the awkward angles. Rise doing just that. Extra will clear it to Seiko. Popping it high. A chance for BDS to continue. Not really much here. Good defense from Oxygen.
Monkey Moon, almost got that read, looking for something off the backboard. And things have stabilized, but for Oxygen, the main takeaway now of the past 30 seconds is the fact that they have been organized on defense. This is not what I was seeing previously, and now they're getting demoed, but it doesn't matter because Rise, such good awareness to turn on that ball, continue chasing it, and get a better 50-50. That wasted so much time for his teammates to get back into the field and to respawn, in fact.
And once he realized that he couldn't get the touch, he stole the corner boost, so there was really no way for BDS to get out quickly with that ball on a counterattack. Just heads-up awareness all the way around. Rise doing his job on the left side of the field, stagnant as ever, but still finding progressions as they fight for possession now. There's been constant pressure from BDS here, even with really not much showing for it. Still have a chance to put one away. Seiko, the follow-up. That's such a dangerous look from BDS, but handled nicely. Oxygen to escape.
And this is where I start to build confidence just in my own prediction for Oxygen, because we know that what they're capable of on offense. We know that they can come out with these flashy plays, but that's not enough to take a win against BDS. You need to be able to withstand that BDS pressure where they're able to punish you and put in very, very tight angle shots. And they have been able to get in front of these opportunities to deny them to win 50-50s. And that right there, Spaceman, is what convinces me that we're going to go to Game 5.
This is a team, or I should say these two teams match up really well against each other. There are a lot of parallels between the strikers and the defensive plays that they have. And looking at kind of the IGLs across the board, of course, Extra being the front man there for BDS. I'd assume Archie likely the one filling in there, as Joreuz and Rise are more than happy just to sit back and continue those freestyle mechanics we've seen time and time again. Seiko going to try to put something on the board for BDS, pulling off the backboard, Extra clears lane, and there's the comms we were looking for, finally an open net chance.
Bullied off the backboard, and take a look at the setup. Seiko, he keeps it to himself, and that gives time for Extra to bump Joreuz out the way. If Seiko takes an early shot, you can easily see a defender jump off the backboard, dodge the demo, and get in front of the ball. But because Seiko keeps it to himself, the defender has to wait, has to be patient, and as a result, will get bumped and pushed out the way. And that opens up one more opportunity, one goal away from tying things up for BDS.
Doesn't matter how much time is left, the threat is real. BDS,
my.
Great read, and gets it around again. 55 seconds, folks, it's a tie game.
We got to take a look here at what is going on with the defense. We've got two players jumping for the same ball, Archie and Joreuz. And Joreuz, it looked like he might have called Archie off, but then didn't even get a touch himself. And Archie, unfortunately, had already jumped, so he can't try and save face here and get a pre-jump save. All tied up. What has happened now? Oxygen falling apart.
I mean, look, BDS, we know about their fundamentals. We know how good they are.
Another one?
Frequently, they don't break down. Big defense there from Oxygen, but now the question becomes, what do you have in the tank, metaphorically, for Oxygen to get this one done? Because BDS will not falter on that line as Extra takes the possession. A lot in the tank. Around one, tries to get under the second, but Archie was parked, bust, front line, not allowing anything through. Consistent challenges, BDS trying to put this game away.
Oh no, but some more double commits on the side of Oxygen. We just saw two players in front of the net jump at the same ball. Seiko looking for a flip reset. Unable to capture it. Archie, big clear downfield, immediately interrupted by Extra. And look at this transition. We're right back down the other side of the field. Seiko, an opportunity, goes wide. Monkey Moon can't follow it up. There's 5 seconds remaining. And potentially we get overtime unless Archie keeps it up. He does, but it gets away from him. And yes, we do indeed get OT.
At the front of the left hood, it just careened into the ground. It happens sometimes, but Joreuz off the kickoff. Hold on. That's on target, a little bit high. Monkey Moon plays it quickly. Seiko will find the connection on the pass. Archie cuts it down. And very early on, BDS are playing off those backboards and trying to find those long touches downfield. I don't blame them. Keep the defense spread thin. Oxygen looked good on the counterattack, but here comes Seiko trying to get it around both. It was a nice pass upfield.
Oh, what a win.
Away. Archie, the foot race to the ball. Extra will find it. Can't find the dunk. Archie tried his best, but BDS are better.
Smart play from Extra to capture that ball and go in for a solid 50-50. He does get a bump on Joreuz, but nobody is shadowing him to get the follow-up. Here comes the transition. Oxygen. We've seen them play so much defense in the past 2 minutes, especially heading into this OT. Maybe it's their chance to take a couple of stabs at the net of BDS, but BDS are very strong in this midfield, and now with this clear, very strong to get a transition.
And you're going to keep Joreuz up as well. If you're pulling two defenders towards the back wall, it's going to be hard to find the transition at midfield. Joreuz catches the extension, finds the rebound, parks it, pulls it, and finishes it.
He completely put his car in park, caught the ball. That ball barely even bounced off of his car, able to get under Seiko, who thought he was going to go high. I mean, typically, you see Oxygen, you assume they're going into the airspace, man. That's just an instinct for all three of these mechanical beasts. But Joreuz, he does the exact opposite, keeps it grounded, goes for a 50-50, which he ends up winning without a doubt, and then can get a nice flick into the back of the net. We go into Game 5, reverse sweep now, potentially for Oxygen.
I mean, you're looking at, 13 shots to around 7, so BDS had the advantage there, but it was the spacing for Oxygen in this one, and Joreuz with a perfect play off the wing.
And look at it.
Be a threat no matter what happens.
That's crazy. That should have been a 50-50 lead, but Seiko was just flying high.
It's just zooming. This speaking of reverse sweeps. We had a few, I think 4 on the line here. We did have two other ones complete. It was Team Liquid just completed their reverse sweep against Tundra. So Team Liquid trying to turn their day around. And then we also had Moist and Solary. Solary was on a reverse sweep against Moist, and they completed it, defeating Moist 3-2 in that series, going to game 5. So now we have the last matchup in round 2. This matchup here, when this is done, we go to round 3, but we have to see if a reverse sweep happens. You guys think Oxygen does BDS fall apart?
The way that game ended, it was literally just like, okay, this is even more of a coin flip, because it started out, and I'm feeling confident, heading into that game we just casted. I was confident Oxygen were going to come back into it. They had the mechanics, they had everything. Then all of a sudden, their defense starts double committing. I don't believe in them, but then somehow they edge out the win, and we're going into game 5. I don't know who to pick, Spaceman. You got to hold me, bro. I'm scared.
Listen, Leaf, to answer your question, I don't think it's BDS kind of faltering and falling apart. It's more just Oxygen showing up, what we expected this offense to be able to do, what the strikers are capable of, how that midfield pressure can be there for the likes of Rise, the likes of Joreuz, and Archie, the unsung hero so far with these recoveries off the back wall has been absolutely crucial to the success of Oxygen, but BDS still have so much viable for them. One of the most fundamental teams you'll see across the board in any region in Rocket League. Turtle getting into this Champions Field matchup. It's a big matchup just for the sake of the bracket for sure, but just getting something positive on the board for both squads is certainly a takeaway you'd want for this game 5 to go.
And there's a reason why this was a highlight match for so many people, not just because of the names, the reputation, but the mechanics, the skills that we would see on display whenever we got into this matchup, and has certainly matched our expectations. Game 5, reverse sweep opportunity for Oxygen, or an opportunity for BDS to remain dominant. They started out the first 2 games capitalizing, holding possession, winning 50-50s. I talked about it, better positioning and reading the game better, but things have stabilized and certainly neutralized for Oxygen as they've been able to get back into it off of those mechanics, and of course the unsung hero, like you said, Archie.
We start off on the long touches back into boom ball, but finally a little bit closer, as it seems both teams have been able to hold on to their possessions. Raz will do so. And Joreuz with a lot, ready and waiting for the call. Once he moves up, that's when the offense begins here for Oxygen, but trying to fight for a spot. Monkey Moon in midfield was just enough, lucky, I should say, to get the ball away before Extra came in for the contest. Archie takes it right back, looking for the dunk, won't find it. Rise up to follow through and bumps Seiko off the play. There's boost here for BDS, but they don't have possession. Yet again, Oxygen just throwing the ball at the net.
And look how quick Archie was up to that 50-50. Seiko very panicked. This is all of BDS rushing to get the touches and almost with the follow-up, but Extra had that read, the pre-jump save. I think that shot was not the most accurate it could have been. There was so much more space to shoot at, but Extra, he had it read.
And BDS can't get out cleanly. They're not winning the 50s. They're getting bumped when they transition back up midfield. Extra, though, thinking maybe about the fake, but no, it was going to be off the backboard anyway. Would have to go for a touch. Joreuz will play it low to the dirt, back down to the ground. Then Seiko has to fall off through the net, getting physical. Here comes Extra, popping it high. Monkey Moon caught, but still escapes. Archie gonna play this one through the boost. He'll grab it, but still BDS applying the pressure and trying to find those infield cuts for a powerful shot.
Good positioning from Monkey Moon, but he didn't manage to find possession or even control the ball. He just had to smack it to the corner, and because of that, we've got more pressure out of Oxygen. Rise. Good interruption in the midfield. Looking carried himself, a flip reset 50-50. It's back towards the midfield. Archie forced to hold it down. He does. And look at that 50-50 win. Oxygen have been honestly forcing this ball through the midfield of BDS.
Yeah, they're trying to play low on the pinch to get it just behind the last defender, and from there, if you overextend, you're probably lucky enough to find an opening goal. We've burned 3 minutes in this Game 5 on Champions Field, the first one of the day here on the mainstream, and so far, neither team has found success to put a point on the board, but that could change momentarily with about a minute 57 to go. Rise trying to cut through the lane, just not able to do so. Threads this one to the corner, but Archie will follow through, and Seiko avoids a bump, gets around one, the flip into no man's land, but it's still alive at neutral. Monkey Moon up for the touch, getting towards the sideball. Here comes Joreuz. The 50 actually goes back to the own side of Rise's field, and Rise will play it off the backboard, so BDS will have to try again with numbers up.
I really like that patience from Rise. He could have challenged that ball early on against Extra, but decided to go towards the backboard, play the safe route. That was definitely the call off the ceiling. Here comes Joreuz. He's going to put an early shot on. Seiko is going to try and control it, and that's a risky 50-50 in front of your net, but a much-needed one because you don't want to give away possession immediately. Panicking in Game 5, while it seems to be impossible not to, that's the last thing you want to do is just give away possession even in front of your net.
and those low power shots are trying to get the defense to get a light touch on the ball, so you immediately come in for a follow-up and just punch it through.
Yep.
We've seen it a couple of times in this series, but again, a double commit on the line. BDS more than happy to throw numbers at the ball.
That's over the net.
Could be an opening goal. The pinch, center back out. Seiko pops it high. Jory is playing it through the corner. No one else following up, and this should be a clear, and it will be. BDS finally escape and can breathe for the moment, but Oxygen pressing yet again. Archie floating it in the front of the net. Offensive third there for Oxygen, but they just can't convert. BDS trying to get back out yet again.
That was scary moments for BDS. There was no midfield possession or pressure, and they just gave it away to Oxygen, who didn't make any opportunities out of it. But maybe they make one out of this transition. Jory is downfield. He's trying to snipe his own teammates on the other side. Monkey Moon up early. Quick little pass out to Seiko, who doesn't get a touch on the 50-50, and now there's a demo on the play, but Rise, he missed it. That transition, necessary for Oxygen, and now they're forced to deal with some possession from BDS.
Yeah, but Archie just missed the cut into the lane, and so if he clears that ball, it's breathing room here for Oxygen, but they struggled. BDS off the backboard, extra 3 touches, looking for the center. Here it comes, is it an own goal? Are you kidding? With 6 seconds to play? After all of that, it's a triple touch from extra, and it ends in an own goal.
What is going on? Off the ceiling, there's so much pressure. Monkey Moon, he's floating in. He certainly would have had that follow-up, and you have no choice for Oxygen but to jump up for the ball. Unfortunate circumstances, this is difficult. 5 seconds left, Spaceman. Chaos on the field. And this ball, if it hits the ground, BDS, they're going to take it and deny that reverse sweep.
I lied. It was not an own goal. It was a very clear goal, and it follows its way through. BDS take advantage of the pressure on the goal line, and wow, a 1-0 win in the waning seconds of this Game 5. A little bit shaky at the end for BDS, but guess what? The fundamentals with a big question mark coming in, they're the same ones we leave with. It consistently was BDS's turn to score, and Oxygen threw everything they had and the kitchen sink, but they just couldn't find the opening turtle. That is about as close as a series as you could get.
I want to see it again. I wasn't on the proper perspective. I was not on Rise's perspective whenever he missed that transition. There was a demo on the play as well. I don't know what happened. There was all this chaos. I would love to look back at that specific moment where we should have seen Oxygen move forward with Rise. Not sure what happened, but either way, that was Oxygen falling apart. Leaf.
I'm just writing down for our top plays that pass from Extra. That was phenomenal. The brilliance to because I mean that first touch off the backboard, if it's a pass, you saw a defender. That's predictable, right? Put it off the ceiling. That was
nobody's reading that. Nobody's reading
that was next level genius, that's for sure. But that was our last one, and it just makes me excited for our next round, because like the fact that all these matches and all these groups are honestly we had a couple 3-0s, but a lot of really good matches, even just on day one, and then leading into that bracket are going to be exciting. But we do have one more round. Unfortunately, we got to start eliminating people. The people at the bottom of their groups will not make it. So coming up next after the break on stream here, we're going to have Moist versus G1. One more round of groups. So make your way back after the break.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This
When I was on the BS Plus, I got contacted by Lewis saying that they were interested in trying me out. So I had to check with the org first, and I got given the green light. I tried out for them. Originally, it wasn't looking like it was going well, but then we scrimmed. Williams Azov won the scrim, and we all started to just mesh, and my confidence kind of shot up, and I just kept playing well from there, so I got given the spot. The vibes on the team, they're just, they're always good. There's always some interesting moments, so it always makes it like, there's always funny moments. There isn't really any bad vibes, because if there are, we just speak up about it and we just hype each other up, so our mentality is very good as well. Since it's my rookie season, there's obviously like quite a lot of pressure on me, because it's like I'm stepping up to a new level which I'm going to have to get used to. But I'm also excited because it means I'll get to play the top players in Europe, and if it goes well, hopefully the best players in the world. We'll just have to see how it goes, really. I don't want to be too optimistic, but I do think we might be able to push for like a top 8 this split, because I do see the potential. It would be nice to even push even further, or even just get that, but hopefully we can just push into the 3rd regional so we can increase our standing, so maybe over the end of the season we can just like get a solid standing.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. Day one of the European Open continues on for the Winter Split. I'm Leaf, and I got some new friends to hang out because I want all of my friends up here, but we can only have 4 today. So it's Shogun and Johnny taking place of these last few matches here. I got to ask you right off the bat, though, because we've seen some fun stuff. Johnny, what are your thoughts on today so far? Coming into the Winter Split, are teams doing what you expected, or are you seeing some fun surprises?
Well, we almost made it through round one with no upsets. I think round one we had all of the top seeds winning apart from Team Liquid, who ended up losing in a very close series to Vertigo. But of course, round two just reminded everybody what Europe's all about. There's like reverse sweeps getting set up all over the place. There's lower seeds winning, and now just every group's hanging in the balance. So it's good to be back.
Well, Shogun, as we look at this, I want to know your thoughts as well. I mean, Vertigo is one of those teams that just got mentioned there, taking Liquid down. Do you feel like we might see a team here in their RLCS debut maybe pull off a moist, maybe make their name throughout the rest of the season, or could this be a one-off?
Oh, it's really difficult, isn't it? Because every bit of logic should say no, it's not possible. But hey, I mean, we have seen it happen before. We see it happen pretty often when it comes to Esport, where you just turn away for 2 months and suddenly, oh, hey, we've got a brand new team right at the very top of the hierarchy. So I don't know. I don't want to say because I don't want it to be clipped, shown to me in about 3 months' time. They go, oh, yeah, by the way, they won a major. Just for whatever reason, they just won a major. And you were wrong.
Just looking at all our teams that are now sitting 0-2 down at the bottom of the board across them. Johnny, are there teams that you think are going to bounce back, or like Guild, for instance, they're at 0-2. Do you think this might be it? I mean, that's a hard group to bounce back from.
Yeah, it was called the Group of Death at the start of the day. I think rightfully so, but yeah, they're still in with a shot here. Luckily for them, the team that they are playing in the last round, BDS, is the team that's closest to them in win-loss. So they have got this one in their own hands. They've just got to make sure that they win their last round. What a disaster that would be for BDS. They're far from out of this group yet. Beating Oxygen or not, they must win this last round against Guild as well if they want to stay out of that tie on one win and 2 losses.
Either you can answer too, but I'll throw it to Shogi first. Sonics, I mean, this is a team that looked like they were maybe on a good run here after that G1 Invitational, but they're not exactly having the hottest of days. They almost kind of had a reverse sweep against K-Corp, but it didn't come to completion.
No, not quite, but they are still very much in it. It's, again, the tournament format of we do have a lot of teams that struggle on day number 1, and we're like, all right, well, time not to expect anything from them. But hey, if you just get through today, if you go and get the win, and then somehow get yourself through the round of, I believe, 12, then you're all good still. You're well within fighting chance. The team that I do really want to discuss, though, is going to be Guild, because I feel like they've been a little bit hard done to. They've looked better than maybe what they are showing us over in that one. Obviously getting taken down by Oxygen very recently. That's not a bad loss, though. Oxygen is an exceptionally strong squad. But shout out German Amigos. I mean, you expect that little bit of fire to come in when you maybe don't have the money behind you anymore and you want to try and put yourself out there. This is how you put yourself out there. German Amigos 2-0, looking good for the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, our previous EG, we know they're a solid roster, and they're coming into this Winter Split, continuing on that route and saying, hey, we're still someone you got to watch out for. I mean, especially in a group of death, to be sitting in that 2-0 position is a really good position. Let's look at the matchups here as we have our next round on its way very soon, and we can break down which of these matches maybe we're excited for, but we'll have one of them on the broadcast. A reminder, you can go over to all the team streams and watch all these matches all across the board, but we will focus in on one in a bit here. That'll be Moist G1. But while we have this matchups up, again, Johnny, any matchups that you might have on your side monitor, keeping an eye on here?
Yeah, definitely. So, like I mentioned before, Guild BDS is a huge match. Guild are 0-2 in the group right now, but they can steal BDS's spot to get out of the group with a win there, assuming that Oxygen German Amigos doesn't play into BDS favor. So that's one you want to keep an eye on. Also, I think you got to keep an eye on Tundra. They qualified to this event 3-0 in the Swiss closed qualifier. So the fact that they're 0-2 in the group is a bit of a surprise. Again, very close group though. Quadrant, Team Liquid, Tundra, all very close in the power rankings. So that's a big one for them. They need to beat the new team to the block, Vertigo. So yeah, basically got to keep an eye on these 0-2 teams because this could be the last time that we see them all weekend.
I was gonna say, Shogun. Speaking of Vertigo, I feel like they might be able to have this one. I mean, they beat Team Liquid, then Team Liquid beat Tundra. They could do this, right? Like that's logic.
Absolutely, they can go and do this. I am going to steal Johnny's question, though, for myself, because there's one there that I just keep looking at, and this is the one that I've got on one of the many monitors that I have available here. K-Corp versus Vitality, the two org, the old, this is the French org, versus the new, that is the French org. That is a little bit of a domestic, an inter battle over at France.
Yeah, and you know something else? You know something else about that? So the winner of that wins the group. So Vitality can just straight up win the group there if they beat.
It's good to have Vitality back, isn't it? It doesn't feel right without them.
Yeah, absolutely. Right underneath that, Sonic Sansa, loser that is out. Simple. So very, very simple scenarios there in Group A.
Well, let's talk about this matchup we're going to be watching. It's G1 versus Moist Esports. This one is a fun scenario too. Right now, G1, Johnny, they win this. They win the group with a win. Moist can win the group with a win over G1, and then also if Williams Resolve defeats Solary. So they'll be waiting on to see that matchup as well. So both teams can take it, but I think G1 coming into this, Johnny, feels like the stronger team just based off their play today.
Yeah, G1 are the undefeated team at the moment, so that's got to be the team to beat. Moist, they had it against Solary, 2 games up after 2, and then they just couldn't close the deal. In fact, Solary didn't just reverse sweep them in the previous round. They comfortably reverse swept them. 5-2 in game 3, 3-1 in game 4, 3-1 in game 5 as well. Really, really impressive stuff from them. So Moist are going to need to prove that they're still the powerhouse without Rise on the roster.
Yeah, this is a huge proving point, and especially, I mean, you're coming in as Juicy. There's a lot of pressure on, especially the shoes that you're filling on this Moist Esports, and the fact, just the reputation behind this team and how well they've performed the entire season before and then up to this point. So lots of pressure, I think, for Juicy, but we'll see that rolls out. Let's see how you guys think it's going to roll it, actually. Let's get our predictions on the board before this match starts up here. I said it before. I think G1's a stronger team rolling into this one, so I'm going to have to go with G1. Shogi, you got a little smirk on.
Because you get the feeling that if a team is going to drop out of that top 5, G1 are right there to take that spot. They barely missed out during the last split. They are waiting for a team to have slipped. This Juicy move needs to have worked because that puts you right there for G1 to try and take over. Moist needs to perform well, I feel, but I think for now G1 will have that edge. So I'm going to put to Johnny. Does he want to split the desk, or is he going to go all the way with the orange side?
No, I think I've got to agree with you. G1 have to be the favorites here. Moist are coming off a reverse sweep, a crushing reverse sweep against them at the hands of Solary. So G1 2-0 in the group. They're right there, like you mentioned. They're not far off the Moist level. So yeah, they've got such a good play style for just consistency as well in these kind of situations. So I think, yeah, G1 have to be the favorites here.
Yeah, I feel like that is a little bit mimicked. I can't tell you, chat's spamming a whole bunch of other stuff too, not just the hashtags right now. But yeah, no, I feel like G1 coming into this, especially with, again, Juicy having a bit of that pressure on him to perform. We saw a reverse sweep against Solary, or from Solary. That's going to hurt the mentality probably a little bit coming into this final matchup. But, you know, it's all about just pushing through. So we'll see what they can do. We do have our final rounds here. G1 looking to grab Group B win with a win over Moist.
Well, we'll keep you up to date with what is going on regarding to who can win not only this group, but also the other ones out there. As always, if you do want to check out any particular matchup, we've managed to hype up any of those well enough that you're like, you know what, I want to go and check that out. Well, go ahead, go and check out the Rocket League channel. I'm sure they are all around and all ready in their matchups as we do get in to Moist versus G1, and lots of questions to be asked. Astral, well, he had a lot of questions asked about him, Johnny, going into the major. He's proven to everybody he's still that player.
Yeah, he really did, I think, have a fantastic 2022 calendar year. Just finishing off with that second place at the major with Moist. You know, he's one of the few players who's had success with 2 separate rosters throughout the calendar year, of course, with Karmine Corp before then. So this is another chance for him to show that he can do it with another roster. Of course, it's still with Joyo, but with Juicy added, you're changing out a lot there, playstyle wise. I like Juicy as a match for Joyo and Astral. I feel like Joyo's going to be a lot more confident going forward with Juicy behind him. Juicy's a very smart player, very positional player. And of course, there's no stopping Astral. It doesn't matter who you put him with, he's going to be sending every single attack forward as quickly as he can.
We did hear from Rise, who is the player that did leave Moist, was he speaking on his own stream, that it didn't quite click between the three of them. Somebody had to play defensive. Rise felt like he was the one that had to, and he did not feel comfortable with that. And neither is G1 under the position that they were put under. Is Juicy going to be a player that is a little bit more, one, happy to play that position and also good enough to do it?
I think both. I'd say yes to both. I think he'll be quite happy to do that. Juicy is just one of those players that whenever I see him playing, he just seems to be just happy to do whatever needs to be done. He's kind of a glue player, and he knows that Azrael and Joyo are both players who lean towards the offense if they can. Look at this from Dorito. Almost getting the reset double there. Moist just had to watch and wait for that one. Yeah, don't get it twisted. You know, Juicy's got mechanics and offense as well. I just think that he has to be that guy for Moist. It's been clear. They've said it themselves. Rise, like you mentioned, he said it. They didn't have a priority defender. They didn't have anyone who was willing to take that role. So it's very obvious to me that Juicy has to be the guy. I think he will be.
G1, they have been put under a few rough positions, but still no goals to speak of over here in this match. As we mentioned, right on that cusp. We've already spoken at length about Mark, about sort of the revenge tour that he's doing on the RLCS right now, but he's got two players with him that still haven't quite had that big opportunity. Dorito especially, I feel like, is the one who came onto everybody's radar last season. Not far off from making it over to that major. And instead, he's going to come into this split fully ready to try and take advantage. Do that by getting the win here. Skip out on an awful lot of the difficulties that come from playing an extra round with your tournament lives on the line. Reminder of everybody, seeds 2 and 3 from every single one of these groups will be playing again today. If you got seed 1, then you are done. We will see you tomorrow if you got seed number 4. Well, I shouldn't say seed number 4, I should say position 4, because that's entirely different. Joyo puts it in. Not going to make it that easy at all.
Look at this from Juicy. Just cuts rotation up front, slams it into the corner while in offense. And that's completing a great 1-2 passing play with Joyo. Now, before Juicy joined this roster, Joyo himself pointed at him as one of the next up in Europe. He loves playing with him. And, these kind of plays where the two are synergizing so well early on in their time together in Moist. Promising. This is what they need to bounce back from that crushing reverse sweep they just suffered in the previous round.
I'll clear something up as well, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Moist can guarantee themselves that group victory with a 3-1 win here. If they do that, nothing else matters. If, however, we see 2 wins for G1, then things get a little bit more interesting and we have to do a little bit more explaining. If G1 win it, then no explaining needed whatsoever. They will win the group. So basically, if we see game 5, we just get very confused for a little while and we'll probably deal with the problem later.
Yeah, we're just going to have to hope that doesn't happen for our sakes. But then again, yeah, I'm kind of torn on that because I love a game 5, so it would be phenomenal to see in the group stage. Juicy almost able to catch a reset off that ceiling bounce. It does just drop down to Joyo instead. Who's running a bit low here for a couple of the G1 members. That's limiting their challenging capabilities, making them panic ever so slightly as well. Moist looking for a second here, but without overextending. They're taking their turns, looping back around that halfway line. They've really settled into this one now. I think G1 rattled them early, but Moist have looked like the better team for the second half of this game.
We're going to see Atomic give it one more go. Astral on the backboard. Sees the ball away. Juicy yet again clears. Time ticking away. G1 losing out on the manpower needed. Joyo in. Can't quite finish the game off. Up to Mark with his 1 boost and, well, 0 car to make something happen. The ball's still alive, but Joyo, is he feeling merciful? No, not quite. He's not going to keep that one in the air. Moist 1, G1 0.
Perfect start for Moist. They needed this. They needed this badly. G1 had them on the ropes early on. Maybe missed their opportunity to catch Moist before they could swing the momentum back in their favor. But a really well-rounded performance there from Moist to take game one. In the end with a clean sheet.
All right, Leaf, what is happening around the field?
Yeah, a lot of other matches got their first results in right now. Oxygen taking their first game against German Amigos, saying, hey, you're not the only strong team here, so that's a good look for Oxygen. Sonics and Saw tied 1-1. K-Corp Team Vitality tied 1-1. And then we have Williams Resolve taking a win over Solary. Quadrant is down game. Team Liquid took the first one, so it looks like maybe a bit of a late start for Team Liquid. And Tundra did take the first game against Team Vertigo. But they're tied up in game 2.
Okay.
Which is exciting. I'm just really excited about this Vertigo squad.
I feel like you're revealing your Team Vertigo fandom here. Like,
yeah. Hey, honestly, it's really exciting to see, a debut go so well. I mean, imagine being those players in their shoes, right? And having a day start off so well. Oh, it's exhilarating.
I think it's quite nice as well for, at least in my opinion, the fact that we get debuts now, Johnny, and it's like, all right, we can celebrate these players debuting, because as we got up and running with this boy, it was like, all right, how many players are debuting today? 20. Okay, fantastic. Let's see what notes I've got them. They've not done anything yet.
Yeah, of course, we're loving the success from Vertigo, as we had the honor of casting them in one of their very first competitive tournaments, a small tournament in the UK, where they actually beat some RLCS veterans at the time in the grand final. And this is when they were complete unknowns to us. So it's now great to see them continuing that grind. I think now more than half a year later, they're finally making an RLCS debut. That's what it's all about for the bubble scene. That's what it's all about for players when they come up. You've got to keep grinding. You can't just win a little tournament here and then, cash it in with a new monitor for yourself and say, okay, time to switch games. No, these players, they have to put in so much time in order to make that jump from bubble to pro.
It's always impressive as well to come through as a trio. Usually a lot of those rookie players coming in are sort of spotted as a team needs a replacement. The fact that they have stuck together, come in, they've got those results. Very, very impressive indeed. But over here, I think what has impressed me, Johnny, is the fact that this is a very unmoist-like performance from Moist. This has been calm. It's been controlled. I've not been worried every single second that something's going to go into the back of their net or somehow get double reset into the opponents. It's maybe not the greatest offensive showing we've seen from them, but if you wanted to showcase what Juicy was brought in for, this has probably been it. They're going to concede now, aren't they?
Well, if they did, that wouldn't have been... Well, it would have been quite unlucky, I should say, the way the ball bounced straight out to G1, who were there to capitalize on it. But this is maybe just a Moist that we've not seen for a while, pretty much since Vatira was on the roster. They've constantly looked brilliant going forward and extremely shaky at the back when they brought Astral in, and they still had Rise on the roster. But now they just look quite comfortable sitting in midfield. There's that urgency to advance as quickly as possible every time seems to be gone. I like to see that from Moist. The patience is there. They're just waiting for mistakes from G1. Of course, they are willing to go and punish them, take risks every now and then, but the risks make sense. I mean, what's the point of lunging in to take a speculative challenge while both teammates are going to grab boost? It just doesn't make any sense to do that. So Moist seem to be communicating brilliantly with their boost totals and what they want their teammates to be doing to allow them to be comfortable in the pitch around them.
Atomic takes over. Joyo and Juicy both sat back. And it's awkward, and they can't do anything about it. A great block on the backboard, killed all momentum on the ball. And enough for the follow-up.
That's just well done by Atomic. It's a very awkward shot to defend. Juicy just ended up on the wrong side of the ball, and in an attempt, I think, to back pass to Joyo at the end of that, just dropped it down to the middle past Joyo. So opening goal for G1. Well, that's a great fake by Joyo there to allow Juicy a free shot. It went sky high, though. No problem for G1. This is one of the things that G1 can always rely on. Any one of their players, and this is something that's so common these days with all the teams at the top level, any one of their players can make that solo push that could take 2, even 3 players out of the game. Atomic doing all himself there, taking 2 players out of the game, leaving it open for Torito.
Something that G1 are always going to probably have the upper hand on you over is just the speed of the second person, the follow-up. You you've got a player like Mark, you've got a team that's almost sort of going under his philosophy. That is always what Mark was so brilliant at. And now they just keep falling. It goes in. Yes, it does. Mark with the rare win and the rare read on that post. Usually doesn't tend to like the offensive player.
Well, he's done well. After missing the first shot, he's jumped off the back wall to pre-flip into the open net, or pre-flip into the ball to send it to the open net. And what a play by Dorito. I mean, he would have been really annoyed if Mark didn't score that, because the pass was phenomenal. And, you know, it was all in Atomic's pass for the first goal. Now it's all in Dorito's pass for the second goal. It's been about the assists for G1 in game 2.
It's a new wrinkle to their game that didn't quite see too much of last split. All the talk that we have about who's going to be the next queso. I mean, there's so many teams here that just needed that little bit of tweaking and something that they could become world stars. As Astral forced to at least keep this game alive, but if that is going to happen, Moist need to find some offense. Moist need to find some players with enough boost to get rid of it. As Dorito steals yet another one away. Atomic, can he make it free? Not from that angle. He wants to give it a go. Time ticking away here, Johnny. And Moist have had no answers in game 2.
Yeah, Moist a bit flat in this game. And a bit stuck in defense here for Atomic to put in a third goal. That's every G1 player on the score sheet. Yeah, it's a go next kind of situation for Moist. They need to just settle down. They need to just try and control G1 when they're coming forward to try and get these outplays. Because if you look back to the first goal of this game, Atomic had a great assist, but he wasn't scoring that himself. There was not really a threat that he was going to score from that position. You look back at their second goal, Dorito, again, not really a threat that he's going to score from the position he's in. So sometimes you've just got to let those players make that touch and accept it as kind of a back pass. Because if the opponents take a bad shot at you and you're in net, that's the same as your teammate back passing the ball to you. You can just take control. So maybe Moist just need to look out for those commitments on those challenges. Because G1 are clearly more interested in outplays than immediate shots at the moment.
We said earlier on that the worst Moist really wanted here was a 3-1 victory. It looks like this is the one that they could allow. After that, and he dubs from here on. Leaf. I mean, this is not the only match happening over in Group B. We also made mention earlier on about Scotty Williams' Resolve. How's that one going at the moment?
I'm glad you asked, because I was going to tell you anyways. And now it looks like you prompted me, and we're working together as a team here. They're about
smooth up until this point. It was so smooth.
They're about to sweep Solary. That's what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Solary. Today was the day, lads. Today was the day. Oh my goodness. Not like this.
What? After going 0-3, 0-3 twice, Williams Resolve have decided to turn on their monitors, and they're now winning. They're throwing a spanner in the works. That's crazy, because Solary, if they were coming up for a reverse sweep over Moist, you'd never have expected them to fall apart against Williams Resolve for a 0-6 on the day.
Maybe this is the setup. Maybe they just only enjoy reverse sweeps.
That's a terrifying setup to put yourself in that kind of position, but sure. If that works for them.
Flipside's entire strategy at World Championships was to go into the lower bracket. There's clearly a line for this.
Fair enough. Liquid is also sitting match point against Quadrant right now, so they've had a bit of a turnaround on their day too.
Wow. All right. Well, everything going on at the moment, and again, we will try and keep you up to date. Leaf, please, if anything just goes off, please interject, because
I will let you know.
We're at that point now in the group stage. We're also at the point, Johnny, where, all right, cool, we were impressed to start with the Moist defense. Now show us what we know you've always been able to do. Let's see that offense back again.
Yeah, game 1, clean sheet. You can't ask for more than that. Then game 2, they conceded 4 times, so goals conceded per game.
Minutes.
Not looking that great all of a sudden. Two per game after 2 games. After a clean sheet to open the match. That's well played by Astro. Good lead for Joyo. Mark's all over it though. Look how tightly knit G1 were on that clear together. It's one of the things that pros will often tell you. What's happening here?
Dearie dear.
I thought for sure this was going to be a save, but it's actually just gone straight into the net. I mean, Joyo's there. turns on the back wall, and he must have thought Juicy was behind him. I mean, there's no way that Joyo let that go through intentionally. He must have known, or he must have thought that Juicy had him covered, but realized too late that he was last man.
Okay, well, all of the compliments are out the window now. Moist, this needs improving. This is not what we were hoping to see from them. And now, one thing that was going well, also starting to see some cracks in it. Joysto? Oh, that's certainly an interesting one. That's a fusion of sorts. Joyo, or Joycey.
Do you want me to save you?
Please do.
Williams
are we talking an actual save, or are we talking like a Joyo seeing the ball coming towards his net sort of save?
We're saying that I don't even know. I'm not clever enough to reply to that. Williams resolve 3-0. They beat Solar. Shut him down.
Wow. And 2-0. Atomic slams it in the top corner. It was pretty well open though. It's all about the assists again for G1. They are really putting it together with their assists. And like you mentioned last game, Shogun, you can always count on a second man being there when there's a full Spanish team on the pitch. They're always going to have that second man as close as possible. And even if it's not marked by 8, it's Atomic and Dorito. They're syncing up. Yeah, Moist needs something right now, and they need it quickly.
Yeah, this style's always had the one drawback of the third man is open to getting either 2 versus 1 or demoed, but if you're G1, you don't care about that. You just keep putting this sort of offense forward, then the third man's never going to be under threat because you're about to reset the kickoff real soon. Joyo now to the backboard. Are we going to get a goal as Juicy moves on in? It was a little bit late. Well, it came under pressure. Drop down pass from Joyo to the net. Moist Esports bounce back.
Oh, it's a great pass from Astral. Juicy a bit late as third man, couldn't shoot that himself, but look at the pass from Astral, just blindly dropping it to the left as Joyo comes in behind him. That's the synergy Moist have needed. We want to see confidence from Juicy here. The worst thing that could happen for him and for Moist as a whole is that he starts to panic and starts to sit overly deep, because when you're conceding a lot of goals like this, it's an easy mistake to make, to just think, well, we better just sit in net, we better just sit back and do nothing. But no, you need to go forward as a unit. You need to defend as a unit. That's where G1 have really outplayed Moist today. It's when they've gone forward, they've all been there. When they need to defend, yeah, you've got the whole team here to defend. There's no isolated players. Moist leaving each other just a little bit more isolated now, a little bit more disjointed in this game than they would like to be.
Oh, good pass. Juicy went for the shot, but straight into the path of marked by 8. 2 minutes left now. Are we going to see G1 get that second game? Atomic off the backboard leaves it for Mark. What a shot that is. Just couldn't quite get the power. Almost put it behind the goalkeepers though. Now back to Mark, who still can't find the net. But this is very reminiscent of that first Moist goal. Just keep the offense going. That's so impressive to not waste any of these opportunities.
And once again, it's these little passing plays in quick succession. G1, not for the first time this game, able to play so close together but not double commit. They're not running into each other's way. They're not hitting the ball away from each other, just reading each other perfectly. Oh dear, no, that's not the kickoff they need though.
I kind of like, what on earth happened?
Well, yeah, it looks like Moist have close cheated and Mark's turned up the line after grabbing the boost in the back corner, so he couldn't make it to the goal. I mean, it's quite simply a bad half flip by Mark. He's got to be going back towards the net there. There's no other decision to make if you're going to try and kill the ball middle.
Let Moist get one of these every single tournament. There's just always a kickoff goal there. I mean, it's maybe I think of the most when it comes to that sort of thing, especially maybe benefiting off it the most.
Yeah, you know, from Moist's perspective, it's not a bad thing to do. You're down by 2, things are going against you. You've got to take that risk. Look at the composure from Astral, catching the ball in his own goal line. He ran into Joyo though.
As well.
In their attempt to create some chaos that G1 won't be able to deal with, Moist have actually just blocked each other. So once again, G1 showing that they're levels above in terms of being able to communicate and read each other in those close quarters. Moist don't have that synergy yet.
1 minute left. Astral. Joyo can give chase to this, but that's not how he wanted to see that ball come towards him. Juicy up. He's beat the first player. It's off the post. And I don't know if Dorito knew enough about that. But still, that 1 goal lead holds in place. And now a little bit of miscommunication from Moist. They've lost offensive possession. Might just get it back. Astral looking for Joyo. Not going to happen. Atomic loitering in midfield. 30 seconds. Juicy looks to try and make himself a hero.
Yeah, perfect first touch there by Juicy, but G1 have played perfectly in defense to stop him. Just lining up their players, making it, just setting up an impossible gauntlet for Juicy to get through. That demo from Joyo gives him a bit of space. No flick infield to Astral, who misses. That was the opportunity. Moist managed to put it all together there. It's not done yet. Astral's pre-jumping, Joyo's infield pass, but it's cut off again. Infield door is thoroughly shut, and G1 take game 3.
Wow. I mean, Moist put it back together towards the end there, but too much work to do. And it's going to be painful to rewatch that opportunity back. The pass just a little bit too far in front. And it does go 2-1 to G1. Leaf, you've had the Hawkeye on every single match that's happening.
And
what's happening?
We've not yet had many more results besides that pending 3-0 sweep for Team Liquid. It did come true.
Speed run.
Yeah.
Wow. Liquid have actually taken the top spot in that group after a horrendous start to the day. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a turnaround and a half, that's for sure.
They just won 6 games straight after being on the verge of going 0-2 in series. They won 6 straight games and they win Group C. So
if I look up stat, because somewhere out there's a very happy Colin Stumpy, still like Liquid, but they're going to be difficult to deal with in our chats tonight.
Man, opposite side of the spectrum for Stollery. They go from just, thinking about, maybe we could sneak a win in Group B to eliminated. They've been 0-3'd by Williams Resolve. Everything's just turned on its head in Group B and C. Stollery are out. Liquid are through. It's all still to play for in our group here, though, with Moist and G1.
Alongside the other matches as well. One to keep an eye on if you guys aren't watching it. Carmine Court Vitality Game 5. They're in Game 5 right now, and it's pretty close.
How's the Sonic Star match going at the moment?
The Sonics match is Sonics being down. So Sa's on match point against Sonics.
Ooh.
That would eliminate if they eliminate Sonics,
whoever loses that series.
Yeah, well, Sonics are on the verge of being eliminated as well. I mean, it was just such a stacked event here. A ton of teams who played really well in qualifying are now on the brink of being eliminated.
Joyo called in after his teammate was bumped. Moist needs to win 2 games in a row here. Otherwise, G1 both booking a very solid day number 1 for themselves. 3-0 on the day. And also get to take the rest of the day off. They can just watch everybody else fight for their tournament lives in Torito. He likes the sound of that.
Yeah, it's the time for a little siesta over in Spain. It's there's well too late in the day to be thinking about playing a round 1 match. Let's just skip round 1, get right into the quarterfinals. That's the advantage that the winners of the groups have in this splits format. And it's an advantage which looks like they could be taking. The way things are headed right now, Moist have really lacked that firepower that they're always known for. It's been a very flat performance from them, and they've not been able to make up for that with synergy. They've not been able to make up with that with the kind of defensive showing they had in Game 1. Just nothing to write home about in the second half of this series for Moist.
I want to give a lot of credit of that over to G1 because we see this sort of play style result in us criticizing the other team in the same way an awful lot. I think we used to have the same sort of thing with the old BDS Grand Finals, where it's like, wow, the other team just didn't show up. It's like, no, this team just plays so fast that you look flat. You look like you've got nothing going for you. And I think G1 have done a great job at that. And if this is the way that they are going to play, they will crush a lot of teams out there, and some very good ones at that.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we've heard many times be told us or told about BDS from their opponents over the years. Their opponents in their post-match interview after getting destroyed by BDS say, well, what are you supposed to do against a team who can read each other that well? They just seem to know exactly where the ball's going every time their teammates make it a touch on it, way before anyone else can figure it out. That's what G1 have done well today. I'm loving their synergy in the close quarters. These long looping passes these days, they get cut off more often than not in Rocket League. If you're not on a counter attack, if you're just sending the ball downfield at a defensive team, they're going to cut it off. If you send in at long range infield, again, easy interception these days. But G1 have had those little passing plays. They're reading each other very well, and some of them aren't even passes to create opportunities. They're just keeping the ball away from Moist. They're keeping the ball away from the danger area, limiting Moist opportunities. Like that. That's phenomenal. Look at the vision and look at the synergy. I mean, thank you, G1, for the timing. I was trying to think of an example to tell you guys about.
I compliment Moist on their defense and they lose 4-0. Okay, I see how this is.
I have some elimination news.
Ooh.
The team of Rizex, Raziers, and Casio have been defeated by Vertigo, 3-1. Vertigo,
Leaf's favorite team.
Oh my!
Coming in hot today.
That's
their group
debut team. Wow, 2 wins in their debut RLCS group against one of the most stacked lineups of all time. Oh dear, Moist almost conceding another one there. Congratulations, Vertigo. Hopefully we'll see more of them later, but they're through, and in a pretty stacked group as well. It's a group of 2 teams from the Rotterdam Major in there. They managed to beat one of them.
Incredibly impressive over on that. And we've also been incredibly impressed by what we have seen over here on the mainstream. Quick reminder as well, if those of you out there have been hearing the Leaf talk, I think, you know what, I want to go and see some of that matchup. Actually, Leaf really spoiled that to me. Absolutely can. Almost all of these are being streamed with, K Astral got enough power on it. You can also see this match from these orgs POV as well.
That's a big 50-50 win there from Joyo. Astral stuck around in the corner after making the first push himself. And Joyo just did enough. He got just a bit of a faster aerial than the defender. That gave him the height on the 50-50 mid-air to send it over the top of him. Joyo and Astral linking up in offense. Not for the first time today. Hopefully for my sake, not for the last time today as well.
Well, again, 1 minute left. 1 goal the difference. Atomic wants to make it 2. Dorito was wiped out the goalkeeper. Couldn't quite find purchase. But when G1 get offense, it feels like we are just stuck here. It's like a guarantee. At least 30 seconds, we are going to be on this side of the field. Managed 18 of them that time around. Blue and clear. Astral, time to take it on the bounce. Pogs over the top of Mug. That's so impressive. Now his team's got the opportunity. Joyo couldn't make it to the ball. Astral even found the bump on the goalkeeper. That was a lot of work for very little payoff.
Yeah, time's out getting away from Moist. They need to just send caution to the wind. Go all in the next few seconds. The G1 are squandering all their opportunities. Mark just advances right into that pocket in the center of the field, knowing exactly what Moist's intentions were. Will they even get another shot on target before the end of the game? No, they won't. G1, 3 games in a row, have swept the group.
They've done it in incredibly impressive fashion. G1 were just, put to the side after they didn't qualify for the major. Now that we are back up and running, then so are they. Congratulations to them and Leaf. Is there anything else that has happened, or are we calming down a little bit?
We're starting to calm down. German Amigos do take the L against Oxygen. It was 3-1 for Oxygen Esports. BDS shutting down Guild 3-1. So that Group D has completed there as well. And then I think all the results just ended up coming in. Vitality proven to be the stronger of the French teams against K-Corp. They win in Game 5, 3-2.
Well.
Yeah,
there is competition for that title then. I love the idea of that. We've seen us versus France for the longest time. It's time for France to understand how it feels to take on France.
That means the Karmi Corp are going to need to play again today as well, which is something they probably didn't expect.
Checking out Sonics. I was telling you they were staving off match point against Saw there. They managed to do that, and they do take themselves the victory. That was a tight run for them, though. For Game 5, 3-2, they do take that, which I believe means they stave off of elimination, and Saw will end up in that spot for Group A. Solary takes the elimination in Group B. That will be Tundra in Group C, and I'm just waiting on numbers here for Group D.
That
would be
missing out on that spot off a 1 game difference. That is off a sweep. Like, just anything other than what they did would have maybe been enough.
That was Guild that takes elimination Group D. I'm curious, was that the team you guys would have had as the elimination? I feel like
Yeah. It's not because the Guild are a bad team. I think Guild, if they get a bit better of a group draw next time, I expect them to be back, and I expect them to be making it out of the group stage in one of these regionals, whether it's regional 2 or 3. That's just a really, really stacked group. German Amigos really showed up today as well. That was the one team you're thinking, okay, maybe that's winnable for Guild, or maybe if BDS have a bad day, but tough group, and Guild take the L's.
And that means, over in Group C, you called it earlier, Johnny. Team Liquid's going to be taking that bye on through to the next day, so they don't have to worry about playing next year. Speaking of, we do have our first round of the playoff bracket coming on its way, where we just have to figure out which teams are going to be where, and then we'll be back with a lot more of those matches. So one more round of Rocket League here for day 1. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time,
fire! Try to clear this away. Let me call it with the back. Picked up the steam. It's still there for just a scored.
When Rise left, there was a lot of panic. There wasn't many people we thought we could get, not many free agents, and someone like Rise, a player that good, it's hard to lose someone like him. But I mean, if he wants to go, then he wants to go, and we're gonna have to try to deal with it.
Steve made defensive mistakes, and there's another one. Rise once more is there to punish it.
Me and Astral were thinking about replacements for Rise after he decided to go to Oxygen, and Juicy's name got mentioned. We did some scrims with him, and he's not proven himself at the top level of EU yet, but there was just something about him where you could just tell that he's got a lot to show, and he's got a lot of potential. So I think it's a good pickup for us.
Feeling, can he do it himself? Can he dunk it through? It goes through for Joyo! And boys, take game number 1!
We've made a lot of changes to how we played, losing Vatira as well. We've constantly been trying to change in this short period of time, and with a player like Juicy, we sort of just do our thing, and we play every role. We don't have set roles. We just rotate around each other because we all know that we can do just as much to each other with the ball, and we play very free, and we play a lot on our individual ability, and when it works really well, and we just need to get the consistency.
A little bit of breathing room. When I say a little, I do mean a little.
in my mind, I would like to ease my expectations and not try and put too much pressure on myself and my team, but I know that we have the quality to be a major level team to contend for championships, and you know, maybe it won't happen at the start, but I know that we have the quality and the potential, so I'll just see how it goes.
Coming off the ceiling. Oh! He's on a different plane! What was that? He's not real! What a read from Astral!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching day one of the European Open here in the winter split of the 22-23 season. I'm Leaf. I'm going to keep Shogun and Johnny with me. You guys are all right. I like you guys. We'll keep you around. Is that cool?
I don't mind. I mean, Colin Stumpy are predisposed at the moment, so I can understand why you'd go for the backup plan.
The backup plan, sure. Let's talk about what we've seen today here so far. We just got through our groups. We finally had to eliminate some teams, so we did thusly, and a few of them, 3 from each group specifically, have gone on to the bracket we'll look at in just a second here. We have Solary, Tundra, and Guild Shogun not making it into the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at that. I think there's no, like, unbelievable shocks there. I mean, maybe the Solary Williams resolve. I mean, if you asked somebody before the tournament, yeah, that wouldn't be a massive shock. If you asked somebody mid-tournament, yeah, that would have been a massive shock. But I think Europe managed to stay somewhat normal.
No way. Well, I guess it's normal because it's always so chaotic. But Vertigo.
As long as you don't look at Group C.
I'm going to be honest, outside of us maybe flipping these, I wouldn't have expected it.
So it's the fact they've done it with 2 wins. If they like scraped a 3rd place with 1 win, I don't think that would be too crazy. But they've got 2 wins. They are going to finish 3rd because of the tiebreakers. Not the best head-to-head in the 3-way tie. But they're not far off. They were very, very close to the tiebreaker there with Quadrant and Liquid. Just a couple game difference in that one. But yeah, 2 wins is massive for a debut performance. Just congratulations, very good. Doesn't get any easier though, because now they're going to face K-Corp in the next round of the bracket.
And now we're into the bracket. Vitality, G1, Liquid, Oxygen being your teams with the first place seed out of the groups. They'll get a little break. They'll get to just chill out and watch the other teams duke it out, fight it out, and then they'll take on the winners of those as they have managed to get into the quarterfinals. They got that by Johnny, and now again, round 1. All these matches will play at the same time, and we will hone into one.
Massive performance needed from a couple of these teams, namely Vertigo, like we had mentioned before. But I think the other tough one, based on what we've seen so far, is it's got to be Moist. I mean, they're around 1 now against BDS, who came out of the group of death in reasonable fashion. So that's not easy for Moist there. You know, they're coming in as the 2nd seed from their group, BDS 3rd from theirs, but that's still a really, really tough matchup based on what we've seen so far today.
I feel like Sonics, again, a team that we've been kind of looking at as like, hey, had a decent performance recently. How can they do? But they're up against Quadrant, who that's my other fan team. I'm always excited to watch Quadrant play. Unless they're playing Vertigo, then I want Vertigo to win. But they did beat them earlier. But Quadrant, we'll see if they take on Sonics. Here's a schedule. They're all playing at once. You can go over to your favorite team streams and make sure you're watching there, supporting them, spamming in chat, and letting them know how much you want them to win and move on. Again, K-Corp, another one of those teams that, as Johnny said, probably didn't expect to be in this position. They're up against Vertigo. In their minds, probably, hey, easy dubs. But I'm definitely going to have that one up on the side to see just, maybe Vertigo.
Leaf, you were asking who could be, if they could be the new case, though. You win that one, you're the new case. We just locked that in.
That's the one you got to get a dub. We'll see. Let's focus in on the match we'll have here on the main stream, though. It's going to be Moist facing off against BDS. Yeah, that's a big matchup for Moist right now, especially for the proving point for Juicy, Shogun. I feel like Juicy has to come into this with a very strong mentality, knowing who's on the other side of the field.
Can I go completely against that entirely?
You can do whatever you want.
This is so much bigger for BDS. Moist went to the major. Moist got points. Moist are still well within that zone of teams that can auto-qualify for Worlds, that can get playoffs for Worlds quite comfortably. BDS, they go out here. They don't even make top 8. They are chasing top 5. BDS have to make this major. If they go out in this round, they are even more against it than they already were.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough for BDS. I think it's must win for both teams. You know, Moist have racked up a bunch of points because of their fall major performance, but that was, with a different player. It was with Rise, who's one of the best players in the world. Now they've got Juicy, who's yet to prove himself on this team. So I think it's must win for Moist. But yeah, in terms of the season as a whole, absolutely such an important match for BDS. They need to get their season back on track.
So who takes it, Johnny?
I'm going BDS. I think BDS do it because what we just saw from Moist was pretty inconsistent. BDS came out of the group of death, albeit 3rd seed. They got a couple wins there to do that. So I've got to back BDS in this one. I think that they've looked solid when I've seen them play today. I've watched a couple of their games, and Moist have looked vulnerable.
Shogi, I'm going first with BDS because you're going to have to be the one to curse it if you're going BDS too.
It's kind of good, actually. You didn't need to take over there. I'm taking Moist.
Okay. Here we go. I just didn't want to have
rounds where the teams that we are coming in, it's a rare occasion where we're coming into teams that are maybe not the hot hand. And it's sort of what maybe you've had a chance to spot in the limited time that we've had. I think Moist have got a little bit more.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to find out in a few seconds here. Moist having to take down Team BDS. BDS looking strong on the day. Juicy trying to make that proving point. But as you said, Moist still all right with points, but I still think this is a big moment for them. Shogun, Johnny, take it away.
Thank you very much. And as Leaf did mention earlier on, this is not the only round of 12 happening right now. You can check out all of the other streams with everybody trying to fight for their tournament lives. Winner of this one takes on Vitality. So maybe not what Vitality were expecting when they got number 1. Here's what they're up against. And that one's going to rattle the crossbar. Moist need a better offensive showing than what we got just 30 minutes ago.
Certainly, and I think if G1 can hold Moist to as few goals as they did, then I think BDS can do the same. They've looked very informed today. Ever since their first loss, I mean, they were able to come back and win 2 straight to make it out of the group of death. So they're on an upward trend right now. Moist definitely trending downwards at the end of their group. Not a bad start in terms of pressure for Moist. Of course, I'm talking about pressure that they're able to put on their opponents. They're going to be feeling immense pressure themselves. Now, what could Juicy do here? Astral's actually pulling up early to try and bump Monkey Moon. Very aggressive for Moist. It seems like their plan to start off this match is to just let loose a little bit, stop sitting back in defense. No fear allowed. Oh, that's an opportunity missed there by Joyo, sorry. I'm not sure he was able to wrap his car around the aerial shot, but he definitely didn't manage to. This is a better opportunity though, and he puts it in. 1-0 Moist. Another strong start. Can they keep it up?
Look at this from Juicy. What a challenge. Got over to the top left side of it. Made sure that if that ball was going to go anywhere, it was going to get centered yet again. And this is what I do want to see from them, based on what we had earlier on, is I kind of want Astro and Joyo to sort of put Juicy under some pressure a little bit. Just allow themselves to go full offense.
Whoa.
I do not know how that one's not gone in, but you brought Juicy in to give yourself some more leeway offensively. Go and do it. Let him figure it out. I guarantee you Juicy can step up to that sort of level. But for BDS, obviously this is a team that we maybe haven't had a chance to look at too often. No way.
Oh, wow.
All right, cool. We'll get to that point in a moment. Johnny, break it down, please.
Well, you know, Monkey Moon's hit that hard, but Astral probably could have saved this. I think he jumped too early. He pre-jumped the shot pretty much. And in doing so, he forced himself to use all of his boost just to fly forward. I think if he just waited a bit before jumping, that was savable. Definitely not sure why you would pre-jump there. He must have been expecting a double tap from Monkey Moon or something. But yeah, he decided that he needs pre-jump, and he ended up not being able to reach the ball. It was a good shot though by Monkey Moon, great power. Yeah, definitely questionable defense.
What I was going to make a moment ago is that the player to look supposedly for BDS is Extra. That's the player I'm hearing about the most, given that supposedly he had a rather rough start today, but once he figured it out, that's when those better results started to come over BDS's way. So if he's still playing in form, then BDS could very well be the team moving on to take on Vitality in that next round. Juicy off the wall. Let's put that low enough for Monkey Moon to struggle to play the ball. He is now the target man in field if they want to. Instead, Seiko use the threat of the infield to give himself enough respect to keep going. BDS all out on offense here.
A nice read though by Joyo to stifle that BDS push forwards. Astral and Juicy are trying to connect. They have managed to. Juicy will double it to the backboard. The attack fizzles, and it's good to see Moist looking out for those interceptions, those counter-attacks from BDS. They don't want to overextend against this team. And likewise, they don't want to get stuck in defense. It's always been the #1 nightmare for teams facing BDS over the years. Just being completely stuck in your half. That was an open net. Juicy makes sure of it. The demo leads to an open net opportunity, which went close enough. Astral ripping it into the post. Juicy up quicker than Seiko.
And I love that that was clearly communicated as well, because Juicy was turning before the ball had even been hit. Knew obviously where he wanted that ball to be. 90 seconds now left on the clock. Both teams having their moments. Here's a player that we haven't seen much of though. Monkey Moon, who does not want to see himself out at this stage of the tournament. And right now, work to do. Extra shot. Juicy gets there just on time. There's a little bit speculative from Extra, but given that the chaos was being caused, it was worth a go.
Well, the minute to go, you really would expect BDS to turn up the heat a little bit. Still waiting patiently for opportunities. Spread very deep across the pitch, BDS. Very wide as well, which, you know, is a great formation if you're playing up against a team who are pressing forward because you can counter-attack to either side. But Moist are not doing that right now. Moist are actually just sitting back themselves. So having all that space is not really working out too well for BDS. They're leaving the midfield pretty vacant at times.
Well, we also just saw, and this is maybe the part where the format today is actually helping Moist a little bit, because if BDS had a little bit of time to prepare, a little bit of time to look through some replays. Oh, wait a second, infield! Oh, it's missed! And I have no idea how. BDS will not get a better opportunity than that, surely.
That was it. You know, we're wondering when are they going to send it into the midfield, which seems to be open for them. But that was the moment. The shot hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced to safety. And no time for BDS. It's a 0-second play or a game 1 loss. They are keeping it up here. That's half a chance for extra. He can't hit it fast though. And he's going to need to settle for it again. Keeping the ball airborne. They're doing brilliantly here to keep it up in the air. Hey, Moist do not look comfortable. BDS really making it as close as possible at the end, but it's not meant to be. Moist hang on to the game 1 win.
Right, well, as much as I want to speculate on this one, we have got 3 other matches going on right now that might all be just as exciting as this one. So, Leaf, in the other elimination matches, what are we seeing?
Well, there is some excitement in the Sonics Quadrants. They're in a 2.5-minute overtime right now in game 1. So, you know, that's always exciting when you got an overtime in an elimination situation. German Amigos have taken their first win against Williams Resolve. A little less exciting. They're also up 1-0 in game 2. So that definitely looked like they got the strength in that match. And very not exciting. 6-0 right now in game 1 for Carmine against Vertigo. I don't want to talk about it.
Wow. Welcome to single elimination. You've done well in your first group stage debut, but yeah, not the best draw there. Running into Carmine Corp.
Vatera is very upset at you at the moment. You didn't do anything to him, but you were there.
Oh, it's 7-0 now. Sorry.
My goodness.
How long is left in that game?
There was like 1 second left in this.
Right.
Yeah. Not looking good for, hey, they can turn around. Vertigo definitely had some matches where it didn't go their way. Maybe a little bit of hopium still, I guess.
I expect to hear a cheer from you if they take the first goal in the next game.
I feel like that might be done for Vertigo. I mean, how tough? It doesn't get any tougher than that. You get through your group with 2 wins, and what's your reward? You play Carmine Corp. Such a tough draw for them. Usually 2 wins would be enough to get you a second seed. Then you'd be dodging Carmine Corp. You'd be playing against the 3rd seed from that group, but very, very tough stuff for Vertigo in that round 1.
Especially when you can still make the argument that Carmine Corp are the best online team in Europe. That's still going to be difficult to ever predict against them. Despite maybe not getting as far as they were after at the major. And they were after a major victory. But what I wanted to make it earlier on, Johnny, is you were talking about how wide BDS have been playing when the benchmark was set by Mark in the previous round. Just sit in the middle and wait, and he just sat there all the time and kept taking the ball away. You get the feeling if BDS could incorporate that a little bit, they'd be finding some more success.
Yeah, I really think BDS have all the tools necessary to beat Moist the way Moist have been playing today. Moist have not been synergizing all that well. They've been pulling up more slowly on each other's touches than we're used to seeing from the top tier teams. And BDS are one of those teams, just like G1, who are known for being so quick to follow up on each other's touches, just battering the backboard from different angles in quick succession. They haven't really done that. They've been more patient with their approach. They've been a bit more focused on the angles of their approach rather than the pace. And that's given Moist time to position. It's given Moist time to prepare. Look at this. This is a very committed... I mean, when you talk double commits, that is a double commit because they've kept on flying up the ceiling height at the same time. BDS communication, not on point there.
Yeah, it's certainly a series where this is maybe the sort of form that both teams would prefer to meet each other. Seiko is at the back. Juicy has to get there before Seiko decides to try and go for a demo. That's available for the time being. 3 minutes left, no goals to speak of. Juicy might just change that. Setup is around, but Joyo's having none of it. No, I want to try and go for the follow-up now. Monkey Moon shot, and Astral not going to get caught out, but you can understand, given some of the goals that we have seen conceded, why BDS might just take a few of those.
Well, this is getting a bit more into what you'd expect BDS to dominate, but Extra's dropped back there. He has no boost. Monkey Moon tried to infield it to him, and that just allows Moist to counter-attack. Well, you know, infield passing to your third man tends to be risky in any situation, but infield passing to your third man who's got 12 boost retreating. I mean, what is going on with BDS right now? Because that clearly wasn't communicated. Monkey Moon, to be infield passing there, must have thought Extra was turning aggressively. Clearly Extra wasn't ready to do that.
Oh, there's the infield, and they're just not working. Had one of those earlier on to finish the previous game, couldn't score it. That one is a little bit wide. The infield pass it's always been solid, but it's always red. And you're not going to get many that have been as clean as what BDS have had access to. Still have not scored them. Seiko off the backboard, Juicy, well composed. That's really the danger.
Well, BDS are in trouble. Their season already leaning the wrong way in the scales. And then Meister looking to tip it even further against them. A 9th to 12th place finish in the first regional of the Winter Split would leave BDS with a ton of work to do. They would have so many teams that they need to get past. So they're going to get back into the top 5. I mean, the same could be said for Moist, but they've got a little bit of a free start, I would say, with the points advantage the Fall Split's given them. BDS need to make it back to that World Championship. They need to defend their title. That's what they care about. And you don't do that unless you make majors, unless you're narrowly missing every single one. Oh, what shot! Juicy makes it too. Well, Moist have really put it together in this game. Goyo pounces on a loose ball, and he shows that the pass is always the option from that range. Juicy sends it in.
Well, it was something that was lacking earlier on. It was the attempts at the passing play that just were not working out. And actually, this is a massive opportunity. Monkey Moon will not let that one go awry. BDS, right back in there. What a challenge, though, from Extra.
Yeah, tough position there for the third man of Moist. I think Juicy probably should turn back in ball chase there instead of going for the mid boost. He thought that his third man was going to get a free touch, but turns out that the third man for Moist was only able to get a 50-50. He really needed a bit of help more quickly there. It's, often the case that if a kickoff goes dead even and you are on the wrong side of the ball as a cheating player, going for the mid boost is rarely the safe play. It wasn't the safe play there for Moist. Proved costly. The third man remained isolated until the goal went in.
It's never a new split until Johnny talks about kickoff strategies. There you go. That's on the bingo card. Oh, what a shot! Well, the first one was an opportunity presented to him. This one is a rifle. Monkey Moon, what a goal.
The awareness for Monkey Moon. As soon as that ball ended up behind him, he just started running straight down the middle of the pitch. Because he knew there's a good chance the ball gets cleared in that direction. I mean, that's Monkey Moon's awareness. Just turned up to 11. Suddenly Moist's lead is completely gone. You just wonder for Moist's sake, like, you mentioned, so you got to talk about the kickoffs. Why did they take so many risks when they had a 2-goal advantage? BDS looked completely flat. And the risky kickoff gave them the one goal that they needed to get back into this. Then they've created one of their own from midfield play. Oh, look at this. The pass from Juicy. No way. Astral trusts it. Juicy makes it happen.
Well, that was that moment where I was on Juicy's POV and you just it's like, does Seiko know?
He wanted to time it. I think he wanted to time it. He didn't want to try and bump too quickly in case Seiko jumps over the bump and then recovers to make the save. He waited for the shot to come at him, and then he went for the bump. Because at that point, even if Seiko dodges it, it's going to be very, very hard to recover and make the save. So timing on point from Juicy, and they might be able to get another one here. They don't need it. Moist win game 2. BDS need 3 straight.
And Leaf, I have not heard a single cheer from you in the last 5 minutes. That does not lead me to hope.
It's more of that I didn't want to jinx anything.
Wait.
And I still don't want to right now because there's 5 seconds left in this game.
There's no way.
And Vertigo almost scored a 0-second goal, and it's tied 2-2 right now.
I thought he was going to turn around, and they've only lost 4-0.
Yeah. Yeah, no. They're in overtime right now in that game.
Okay.
So,
wow.
Yay, that's something in its own.
I mean, it is well, we need to say this as well, because maybe people saw our last split. Just because we are now in single elim does not mean we are up to best of 7s.
Best of 5s.
If there is a place to maybe take down KC, Best of 5, no timeouts. Maybe go and get that one. Leaf, what's everyone else been doing? I know you guys have been glued there, but what are the other 2 matches looking like?
German Amigos and Williams Resolve just hit overtime in their match. It is match point for German Amigos. They're up 2-0 in the series, so potential sweep for them. And then Quadrant Sonics are going into, I believe, their game 3 tied up 1-1 at the moment.
All right. Wow. Okay.
That's a good tight one. Yeah. If you guys are watching here on the main broadcast, go check that one out. Go over to the streams.
I mean, if we stick with the way we're going, we might be joining them very soon because BDS need 3 in a row or the split and the season gets even more dire looking.
Yeah, it just gets worse and worse for BDS, and all the promise that they've shown earlier on today seems to be for nothing at the moment. Juicy's having a real step-up performance in this series. You know, a lot of questions being asked of him in their loss to G1 not too long ago. The Moist have really bounced back brilliantly here, and like Joyo said in the interview before the match, it's not been about role-playing for Moist. They've tried to be as fluid as possible, which makes sense given their name, but it's also made sense given their playstyle and the success that they've had with it against BDS. Just going forward when they need to, supporting each other when they need to, defending when they need to. You know, bringing Juicy onto the roster clearly isn't just about forcing him to sit in goal and let Joyo and Astro play a 2-man offense. Now they're bringing him in, and he's looking a lot more mechanical in this matchup. He's 1v1 with Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon puts it past him, and BDS finally have a lead.
That's exactly what they needed. Juicy always going to struggle against this, and the fact that Monkey Moon played that at pace as well just kept Juicy guessing. Is this going to be a demo player? Have I got to be worried about something else? Did not allow the new player to settle. But we have been here before. BDS managed to bring 2 goals back earlier on. They almost had the second one. Juicy keeps that one out. Right now, BDS have had moments. They've had glimpses of what we know that they are capable of. Now they need to go and get 3 game wins in a row against Moist Esports just to make top 8. That is a really interesting sentence to say.
Yeah, and it's not honestly looking likely right now. Obviously, BDS, they can get it going, and if they, start to chain together some goals, it's more feasible that they can come back and win this series. But it's very back and forth right now. Moist are breaking out of defense pretty easily. BDS have not been able to, get them stuck in this position in the way that they usually do. When you're given players like Astral, players like Joyo, and even Juicy opportunities like this, it's only so long before a goal goes in, you would think.
I mean, we have seen from Juicy's rotation how he was a bit hesitant earlier on. Now he's right there, and probably should have been scoring from that position. Now it's off the backboard. Astral, Joyo's loitering, and he's not going to miss.
Well, they got it eventually. It's hard to say if Juicy should have scored the previous chance. You never know. He might have been trying to sneak it past the goalkeeper, because in those kind of positions, just keeping the ball in offense can be so important. Giving a 50-50 to a goalie can sometimes end up clearing the ball. So I love that from Moist, just circling around the box. Honestly, looking like BDS in most of BDS's matchups. Just refusing to allow their opponents to clear the ball.
Sorry, I have to check something here. Leaf, I haven't heard from you in ages. Is that overtime still going?
I was just actually waiting for a break to come in and let you know that it just ended. Carmine Corp did win it. They had like 1 shot in 3 minutes. Honestly, it looked like Team Vertigo. They're just the better team. They just couldn't score. So the Carmine Corp did take it. They're at match point. And sorry, I must tell you as well, German Amigos just won their game, so it is a 3-0 sweep for them. They'll move on into the quarterfinals.
Thank you very much, Leaf. And thanks to our players as well for choosing not to score whilst Leaf was getting that information out there. It was very, very close indeed. 1-1. Joyo, he's going to go for it. Good challenge from Extra. Monkey Moon now with Seiko up in support. That's going to be difficult to reach. As Astral does get rid of it. Seiko from the backboard. That's going to be difficult to get to as well. And Joyo very happy. The ball just dropped down off that curve.
Oh my. Well, They got a very lucky deflection to clear the ball there, Moist, but BDS are still all over them. Joyo going all the way into offense to grab a boost there, just trying to find boost somewhere. Left his two teammates in defense by themselves for a second. But that did not prove to be a problem for Juicy, who handled BDS offense all by himself.
Again, exactly what you want to be seeing from him. Joyo just has that ball on the wrong part of the car for the reset. Although Juicy more and more comfortable here. 50 seconds now. BDS have to get this next goal. They're in a really bad spot. And Moist have done well throughout this series of not wasting their chances. Just go yet again. Joyo off the backboard and Seiko gets it to safety. That's all relative for the time being because his team keeps getting put back into bad spots. Now it's their chance.
Well, plenty faith being put in Juicy by Moist this game. Trusting him to buy them some time in defense, trusting them to buy them some time to recover. And Juicy's even got the confidence to go forward here. The big dunk. It looks like it might be Moist pressing as the clock ticks down to 0 seconds. And Juicy's got a dunk on target. It's off the inside of the post. Well, BDS, we're just a centimetre away from elimination there. They've hung on. And into overtime we go.
1 goal, then 2 games. BDS have got it all to do. And it might be up against them. Monkey Moon versus Joyo. And Monkey Moon was able to just stare down Joyo. Got him to go early. First opportunity for Moist. But BDS now maybe going to get their own. It's over to Monkey Moon. Couldn't put it on target. Bumped yet again. Juicy leaves it for Astral. Both teams having great opportunities.
Yeah, it's the Monkey Moon 1v1 plays that have kept BDS in this. He's the one who put them in front with a solo dribble. And he's kept them in overtime with a solo defensive play. Well, Moist are trying to dribble him. It's a key touch there for Monkey Moon to deflect Astral to the side, but Moist are looking dangerous at the moment. BDS have survived and they've got a great chance themselves as well. They've not been starved of opportunities. But this has been far from the dominant BDS we've been used to seeing in the past. Can Seiko 1v1 Joyo now? No, he can't. Joyo makes a huge stand. Pops the ball to the backboard.
That's impressive as well. Oh, wait a second. Seiko on the opposite side of the field has to make an impressive save. Astral still with possession. Gets the pop and Juicy did not arrive at the right time. Minute and 20. All action in this overtime. Juicy has got it past Monkey Moon. Can he keep the ball up and running? Astral to the ceiling. Joyo to his side. Instead he goes the whole way. And Seiko gets there just in time, but it bounces back out for Juicy. And Extra stops it again.
Well, BDS season hangs in the balance here. Moist, the aggressor for the majority of OT. Great ball chasing there by BDS in the recoveries, but now they've got 2 players on the wrong side of the ball. It's Monkey Moon in a 1v2. He stands strong and wins the possession. Now it's going the other way. Seiko with the redirect, blocked by Moist.
Oh, there you go. There's your chance. Crossbar overpowered. And if you think you got a chance to breathe, we're going to the opposite side. Juicy finishes it. And that is BDS eliminated.
Juicy and Astral with a team pinch. As Juicy falls on top of the ball, Astral knocks it upwards into him. And that gives Seiko no time to react. Moist have eliminated BDS. And that will leave BDS in a position that they have not been in for a long time. They're going to need to go through the closed qualifier to make it into Regional 2. That is an unprecedented fact. We go from talking about them as just barely missing the major. Now, they've just barely missed out of qualifying. They're outside the top 8.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah, as we get you in here now.
Yeah.
I mean, what can we even say? We now know Moist have got a date with Destiny. They've got to go and play against Vitality in the next round.
Indeed.
So
They do
not any
indeed.
easier.
Right now, by the way, we're watching Team Vertigo. They were up 2-1 on Carmine Court. K-Corp just tied recently, about 30 seconds ago. So now we're seeing this is match point. K-Corp, they need 1 goal here and they'll shut down Team Vertigo, but Vertigo is fighting for their lives. And right now it looks like Sonic's generally comfortable, but they are up 2-1 in their match against Quadrant. But as you can see, it's tied up.
I'm going to get very upset here at Tylacto because he's gone out of his way to DM me just now a 1-0, 2-0, and a 1-0 match that German Amigos had. And
I was about to tell you
with him at this moment.
I'm glad I didn't tell you that.
You just did perfect sweep. It should have been left that way.
It could have been more, and now you're not angry at me.
No, you're right. I'm not.
Well, it's great to see this from Vertigo that we can tune in and catch their run live. Oh, that's not ideal for them. Well, it was great to see them on the main stream in their debut run.
That's an own goal, isn't it?
Which is rapidly coming to an end. I mean, it's a tough read for Temper there. He doesn't get the pop that he wanted, and the ball just ran right past him. They've got to score in the next 12 seconds. Cheeky kickoff strat. This would be the time to use it.
Anyone that doesn't like biased casters, listen away. We are all in on Team Vertigo right here.
No, they didn't do a fancy kickoff, so I don't care anymore. If they lose, they lose. They should have tried to demo or a mind game or something. I mean, what is a standard kickoff when you're down with 12 seconds to go against Carmine Corp? Come on.
I mean,
we need a better drawing board, guys.
In all fairness, Johnny, at least they are new to this level of play rather than the teams that have been playing for 2-3 years and still don't have kickoff strategies.
Nah, great run for them still. I mean, Vertigo to make it into that top 12 is a great run. 2 wins in the group as well, so unbelievable performance on their debut.
Well, this is our final round of 12 match here, Sonics versus Quadrant. So let's listen in for some hype for the final moments.
Strong as you like, in front of net, wins a challenge from his own pop-up, easy as. Jam, have you muted again, buddy?
Oh, for crying out loud! It's a curse. I mean,
silence.
Yes, eerie silence. Sometimes silence says a lot, doesn't it? So maybe I'm utilizing that artful, I suppose, like artful metaphor. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Most importantly, how about a goal, fellas? We need to get back into this one.
It would be nice. It would be really nice. But we've given up possession yet again. Arju forced back. Doesn't actually get a touch on the ball. Doink forward. Double commit from Arju and Mitane. Allows Cash to go for a straight shot. No follow-up. Actually, no touch at all from any of our players. Relating wave. Oh, nice snatch there from Arju towards their net. Dangerous. That's actually registered as a shot, would you believe? Mitane goes sideways. Finds smokes. Good clearance. Arju on his bike. Relating wave forced to go down. And that's a lovely find on Cash, to be fair. Heading to the midfield. Looking for Ixo. Finds Ixo. Interception. Doing what they need to shut game 4 down. Cash all on his own. Cash all on his own. Oh my goodness me. Almost with a goal to show for it as well. Double commit. Arju and Mitane. Not necessary, but Smokes has helped it forward. That's going to be killed.
Oh, hey, why not make it exciting? Excuse me, for the end of the day. It's our final one. Quadrant Sonics looking to move on. It's elimination. You lose here and you're done going forward. But yeah, lots of I like that it's close, at least for the final one. But I do want to get back to that Vertigo thing real quick just before we hop back into this one. The fact that a team can perform that close, that well on a day, just I hope that's inspiring a lot of people out there to get your teams together. Have you ever thought about trying to play in those open qualifiers, trying to get your teams in here? Do it. Just do it. The worst thing is you don't make it. But look at what can happen. You can make yourself into top 12 in the European RLCS. That's absolutely insane, Shogun. I really love those little stars.
Leaf is really angling for a shirt. At the nearest opportunity, Leaf is waiting for that shirt to come his way. But we do have game number 5 over here, Quadrant. Oh, this would be rough for them if they were to drop out here, given how their major went. And you know, out right now, there are so many teams that are sort of looking at Cash. Quadrant need a strong end of the season just to keep convincing we're the right choice. We're the right choice.
Well, let's give you two a break. You've been yelling a lot. These guys have to keep yelling, so let's just listen to them. Why not?
In a lovely watch, of course, as Sonics fans, we would love us to be the ones to progress to the quarterfinals, and maybe it'll be on the back of Mitane. Once again, the lift over Cash. On target, thrown away by Relating Wave. Here he is again, not going to get a touch at that. Mitane stayed upfield. Oh, that's some wondrous play from right to left, from east to west. heading central, baby. That's 1-0 Sonics.
You think he has no space? Do you think he has no opportunity to far out? Angle is a bit right. No, Metain never intends the shot. Metain always intends a pass. And as the head of defenders of Quadrant is going around on a swivel, we do this. Metain plays it slow. We need a help from Arju in the air. And actually, by this point, we need more and more players in the air. As Quadrant were looking as if they are able to take that ball. But our passes, and field passing plays just injected straight into my bloodstream. I want to see more of that, and this Sonic squad is able to do it. Also, we're able to bring the ball out if we so desire. When Metain's block just stops any old attack, the leading way is forced to just give it back to us. We have too many players in the corner. I think that's going to survive. And these touches, Quadrant, I think they're trying to just make touches for touch's sake. And it's not working out. Are they nervous? I would love a nervous Quadrant.
Me too. Me too. But they're going to try and demo us into mistakes as well. Certainly a smart play given how well that has worked out for other teams. Ixo gets past one, gets past two. Metain back through the corner, avoiding demos and bumps, lifts that high. Cash waiting, and waiting a bit too long. Smokes gets enough on it. Here's Ixo. World at his mercy. Waterfall down is actually not going to waterfall too much, and we've done significantly better with that type of play as it evolves than we have done in previous times. Oh, what a save from Smokes. I think that was going to hit woodwork anyway, Jam.
That save had more power than the shot had. But thanks to physics, together they equaled to be just an absolute blast. To the corner, Metain with 100, eats one. But this one just needs to be bringing it back to the other side. Waterfall for us, and this worked like a beautiful pass. This works like a beautiful goal. Arju, I don't care if it's planned or not. Right here, Metain just sets it all down. Smokes Metain again. And Arju collects it up. That's more like it. That's more likely. Party cannot handle this play. Game is still going on. Party might have been destroyed. We are having a party right here in the Sonics HQ.
If you have got Pepe Run, let me see it, because Arju was on his bike. Cash all on his loads up in front of them. What a save!
To the side as well, the
Smokes. So important, and this launched the counter-attack. Metain! Oh, almost smushes it in at the far post. Arju deciding to go wide. Smart choice. There was already someone in net. No need to throw it into a place where you know an enemy player rests, where an enemy player resides. Once again, hits our side of the court, but we have people back to deal with it. Metain, backboard, needed a touch from Ixo, gets a touch from Ixo. Metain once again relevant, 0 boost by the way. He has to go back for some more. Musty flick from Cash, double commit, Smokes, and there's Metain. Oh, the fast reactions, and look, gets it past everyone, buying so much time for our boys.
He almost looks like he is playing a running game. He ran away with that ball. He didn't allow anybody to touch it, collects the boost as well. So the situation for Quadrant might be a little bit worse in the defense. Might be collecting his 100 as well. Yep, I'm pretty sure Metain boosting on through is what he's collecting. Is that open? That is totally open. How about a 3-0? A lovely chip from Arju back behind the enemy lines. There's 1, 2, 3. That pinch does help. Without the pinch, this could have gone in the hands of Smokes. But after 3-0, we're looking at 3-0. Let's close it down.
Game 3 vibes. Not long left. 3-goal lead. Not long left. Go. Metain.
Defense.
We're not going to win this game by drawing it. We're going to win this game by blowing them out of the water. 60 seconds left. Had to deal with that Cash. It's a decent clearance. Not great touch there from Metain, but once again, lovely proactivity from our supporting cast to step in and ensure that there is no possession handover. It's been a trait that we have struggled to get rid of. We have gotten rid of it at the best time. Metain falls down. Araju, no, holding a little bit selfish, but Smokes is going to score anyway. How about 4?
How about a hat trick for Smokes as well? We are just everywhere. We are sitting up on their backboard. We are receiving our own passes. By this point, Quadrant might as well just not be on the field. We have everything covered. Thank you, Quadrant. Ixo Cash, your leading wave. Alrighty. I'm still not calling it. not because it is looking quite clear, but I'm not calling it. I want to have some respect to our position, because a lot of respect and credit needs to be given to Quadrant as they fought through really thick and thin. But we had a bushwhacker, and we managed to work our way through the Quadrant, folks. Relic, this has been one heck of a day, and it's no surprise we're ending with yet another best of 5, eh?
New Look Sonics is here to stay. It's a step up. We have beaten the ghosts from our past, and we continue to beat those.
And a huge shout out there, Jar Jam and Relic. Is he going Relic? Okay, it was Relic.
This is why I'm really afraid to ever change my branding.
He's not a relic.
Yeah.
He's not a relic. He's definitely alive and kicking. So.
He's a Rocket League relic. Well, maybe.
No,
he's legendary.
Isn't that mean?
I was trying to say like he's legendary, right? But it didn't work out, did it? I'm gonna have angry tweets coming at me. But yeah, shout out to them for the Sonics match up there. That means we do have all our teams from that round of 12 moving forward. But let's look at that in a second. Let's talk about how we got to this point. Let's do a little recap here. We're at the end of the day. I just want to get everyone's, vibes on how they felt looking at Europe coming into this winter split here, looking at the groups. Johnny, it felt relatively on point, except for looking at Group C. That was definitely, and maybe Group B as well, with Solary down at the bottom.
Yeah, well, in hindsight, looking back at these groups now, they kind of make sense because all the teams who have done well in the groups have now gone and won their next round, apart from Quadrant. So we thought Group D was a group of death. Maybe Group A was actually that real group of death, with Vitality and K-Corp looking very strong today, and then Sonics actually getting through as well. And the fact that SA have gone 0-3 there, yeah, I think Group A was probably really the group of death. We just didn't figure that out until looking back on it. Obviously, hindsight's 2020.
Shogun, originally Group D was our group of death, and you look at that Oxygen, German Amigos, Team BDS Guild, and now with Team BDS, with their recent result here, that's it seems like maybe the guard is changing. Do you think, or what's going on here? Because Oxygen and German Amigos looked great.
I think during that period of BDS dominance that we had, none of us would have expected it to have been this sudden that BDS sort of just fell away during all of this. But they have time. Obviously, today was a big blow to the season overall. They are now after top fours, tournament victories in the next two events that we have. And I speak for myself. I still don't put that beyond them. They will as quickly as this seems to have gone away, I would not be shocked if it very quickly all came back and we got the second reign. But for now, work to do and a close qualifier to get through.
Here's the thing. People are still holding on to NRG. I think we'll hold on to BDS a little bit longer. It hasn't been that long.
Nowhere near as long.
See, the problem for BDS is that everybody's looking at that Quadrant spot as the one that the team that are the most vulnerable from last major from Europe. Everybody wants their spot. They're saying, okay, KC, Moist, Oxygen, Liquid, you can have it. But we were coming for Quadrant, especially now that they've lost today. But it's not BDS who look like the prime candidates to take the spot. G1, German Amigos, Vitality, even Sonics, all look to be in great form. So, Quadrant are in trouble. BDS need to step it up.
And just looking at the bracket, we just witnessed that round one done. The quarterfinals and all that will be done for the rest of the weekend on day 2 and day 3, where we eventually crown a champion here for the European Open. But I do like to shout out one last time Vertigo. Obviously, K-Corp doing what they got to do to move on. That's not unexpected at all. But BDS being knocked out, that maybe is. Moist coming in with Juicy. Shogun was looking pretty. I mean, like a couple of shaky moments here and there, but it definitely
it looks like their first RLCS tournament together. It's a very short split. You get 3 tournaments to really put it all together. Moist, I would say if they had gave themselves a minimum to achieve, this would have been it. The quarterfinals have been the first tournament. What I do love about that bracket that we've got is we have 4 teams that all went to the most recent major, all up against teams that want to get into those spots. If any of these teams can eliminate one of the sort of steadfast top 4 that we've got, then you are in great position because, as Johnny mentioned, Quadrant out. That is now the sort of position that you're looking towards and just go, all right, if we can steal this from anybody, that's the team.
Yeah, because I think this is it's an acceptable start for Moist with Juicy. But the fact that Vitality have already beaten Carmine Corp today makes it look pretty difficult for Moist to progress any further. But hey, tomorrow's a new day, so we'll have to see if they can come up with something special there and continue the Moist dream into that semi-final.
Well, tomorrow's going to work a little bit differently. No team streams. You're going to just tune here on twitch.tv/Rocket League or whatever other platform you're on, but you only have one channel you need to watch, and we'll have all the matches for you. And here's the order of those matches. Starting off with Liquid, German Amigos. These are all honestly going to be real fun matches, I think, especially K-Corp G1 to me, because G1 coming into this, Johnny, is looking real confident, real strong. And K-Corp, they've been kind of handing out a couple goals or games here and there.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what G1 can do in that matchup. They look very good today. The fact that Moist have now gone on to beat BDS after losing to G1, kind of shows that G1 are playing at an extremely high level this weekend. So K-Corp, far from a free win for them, should be a win for them. I want to still say, think that K-Corp, we can't be predicting them to lose matchups like that just yet. But yeah, down the line as well. Oxygen, you're looking at Oxygen Sonics. At first glance, you'd be correct to think that Oxygen are the favorites there. But Sonics are in a great run of form running into this event. They've beaten Moist twice in a community event midweek, and now they've just eliminated a round one opponent in the bracket. So nothing's a free win here. Nothing's automatic in the quarterfinals.
And just a reminder, I said at the beginning of the day, and I'm going to say it again, this is just the beginning for the Winter Split. All these teams are working towards San Diego, that major at the end of the Winter Split. And you're going to want to be there, hang out with them, and watch the great matches. I got to tell you, Rotterdam was really fun. This one's going to be as well. Get your tickets, okay? rl.gg/Winter Major tickets live. If you don't, you're going to make the Leaf cry. And you don't, well, maybe some people do that. I mean,
that'd be the second time today.
Yeah, let's say, yeah. Do you want to make me cry again? I just watched my favorite team of all time lose against K-Car. It wasn't good. Get your tickets, rl.gg/Winter Major tickets live, and then we'll see you there. How about that? Let's get some final thoughts now that we got day one all finished up, all wrapped up. And we head into the rest of our playoff bracket going into day two and day three. Johnny, if you want to start us, and Shogun finish us off.
Well, it's good to be back. It's good to get another split started. And congratulations to all the teams that have made it through so far. Job not finished. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Yep, tomorrow is very much the day of, if you're going to start off a split, you need that top four. You're already starting off on the front foot, and everyone else is chasing you for the rest of the split. As for us two, Johnny, the prediction tournament's back on tomorrow. I'm not feeling happy with that entire schedule. That could I feel a bit defeated here because I'm looking at just go, that could be a 0-4. That might be a 0-4. So lots of nerves from our part, but I'm sure way more from the fan bases and for the players of these teams. It is going to be electric.
It's going to be fun, and that's it for day one. So with day one finished, we look forward to tomorrow where the European Open carries onward with day two. Let's fast forward by going to sleep and ending the stream right now. Let's get to tomorrow. Thanks for watching. We'll see you then.
Before it's good, it's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're strong than you show it. You're braver than you know
onto the backboard, tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?